Greetings and welcome to the People's Ascension. We are here for our first introductory episode of Season 3 of RPGs Uncovered. I am so excited to be getting back to this. Season 3 took a little bit longer to get put together than some of my previous seasons. Just a perfect storm of things going on, but I am so excited to be back with another new system, a fantastic new cast that I'm really looking forward to working and playing with. And all of you guys out there in the audience, Twitch, YouTube, however you consume and support. So, for anyone just joining us, because I know it's been a while, this is RPGs Uncovered, a series dedicated to showing just how quick and easy it can be to learn a new TTRPG. Because there's a lot of hurdles out there to learning a new game, but there are also so many great games out there in the one page one shot category, mini zine sort of things, indie TTRPG books that are put out, and of course the other big publishers out there. So I like to take one of these games, usually indie TTRPGs, really get to know the creators and explore their world, their vision, their experience, and teach their game to other people to broaden our TTRPG horizons and hopefully get more people running and playing new games. So that's the short of what we're all about here on RPGs Uncovered. So this first episode is going to be an introductory episode. This will be our learning the game episode. Just a quick rundown of how I believe this is going to work. We're going to be exploring the rules. I like to break these down into rules, tools, and themes of the game. Talk about the core mechanics, talk about what the game prioritizes, what it's all about, the kind of stories that you are likely to get with it, and the player and GM tools to help you create your characters and create the world and the adventure that you go on. We'll be doing that for probably about the first hour and a half, 2 hours. I'd welcome any questions, not only from my cast here as they learn the game along with you guys, but also in chat. If you guys have any questions that you want answered, any clarifications, or if you just want to, send out ideas, feel free to say hello in chat and engage, and I'll try to keep my eye on it. Let's see, and then we'll probably be doing some collaborative character creation. I'm probably going to stay away from just picking the mechanical builds of each character, but this is much less of a pick and choose menu type character creation and a lot more narrative. But there's also going to be some collaborative world building and map making later on. So stick around for that. We'll be doing a little bit of a live session 0 sort of event for the demo play series that we're going to be starting up next week. Yes, this is the first introductory episode of the game, but once we are done with this, starting next week and running for 4 sessions, we will be playing a demo play mini-series so we can showcase and demonstrate the game to you guys. I know I am very much an experiential learner. I know some people learn from reading, some people from listening, and some people from actively engaging with the content. So I like running these demo play mini-series. It'll be a 4-hour session a piece mini-series, each one dedicated to looking at a specific section of the rules, all while hopefully providing a great story for my players to run through. If you've not caught any of our previous seasons, this is Season 3. We have Season 1 and 2 entirely up on YouTube at this point. Go check those out. Both fantastic games. Veil of the Void for your science fantasy, heroic, sort of power fantasy adventures in space. And an absolutely amazing game. I can wholeheartedly endorse it. And one of the best mini campaigns I have ever run. And I say that entirely as a compliment to the players and the story that they helped me tell in that demo play miniseries. So definitely check that out if you're looking for some more space-based science fantasy. And Season 2 was Heroic Chord, a pastoral fantasy TTRPG with a lot of emphasis on travel and personal exploration. Another fantastic game that I got to play with the creator and other fantastic cast members for that show. And on top of the learning the game episode that we do here and the demo play and afterwards the critical analysis of the game, I also put up bite-sized tutorials that you can find on our support sites and on YouTube, but on our support sites they have the written version of it as well, and maybe some cheat sheets or other handouts or advice. All of that entirely free, even though it is on our support sites. But if you would like to support the channel, best way to do it really is to at this point really is to just go out and tell people about the show, bring them in, get them excited about learning a new game. But if you have the money and are so inclined, that is how the world works. So we take tips, we take bits, and we have our support sites, both Ko-Fi and Patreon, down in the links below. There's a number of different tiers that give different insights into our group and into my sort of creative process and how I do things. There's a basic support tier, there's a player-based adventurer tier, and a GM facing heroic tier where you can get insights from either the player's side, that's where I put up backstories and character sheets, and little tidbits about how each specific adventure ran. And then there's the GM heroic tier facing side where you can get things like the lesson plan I'm about to use to teach you guys, and adventure breakdowns, and my own planning and prepping for the demo play series, and little different insights and other handouts and cheat sheets and whatnot that I use and usually create for running these games. So plenty of stuff out there if you would like to support. Any support that we do get goes right back into the channel, right back into increasing the quality and quantity of what we put on here. I really like focusing on giving back and supporting the creative community around the TTRPG sphere. So any funds that I get goes right back into artists and musicians and other writers. And hopefully one of my big goals is to get big enough and have enough support to pay the cast, because that would be nice. So yeah, help me get there, help us get there, help us teach you some more games by spreading the word. All right, I think I've been rambling on enough here. I think it's time to introduce our fantastic cast and get started on learning the game. So let me pass this on to these three other amazing creators here. They are each content creators in their own right that do fantastic things. I will let them explain themselves and what we do. Let's see. Let's start up at the top of this arbitrary overlay that I made with Andrew. Hello, welcome, and thank you very much for being here. Tell us about yourself.
Well, first, let me just say I'm very, very excited to be here. I know we've been trying to coordinate so that way I could be on the show for a little bit now, and glad that the schedule's finally lined up. Hi, my name is Andrew. I run a YouTube channel called That Gamer Ajax, which kind of focuses on guides, tips and tricks, and stories with a multitude of tabletop games. I cover D&D, Veil of the Void, which was mentioned earlier, and working on really kind of branching out and trying to teach people about some of these smaller games that might fit them a little bit better than something like D&D, for a quick example. I'm also on Twitter. I just really like engaging with people. There's are so many awesome games and creators out there, and I really just want to try to meet all of them.
Yes, a lofty goal and one I share. Okay, let's pass it on to Zoe as well. Thank you very much for being here. I look forward to running through this game with you.
Yeah, feelings mutual. I can't say how excited I was to do this with you on the People's Ascension. This is a really amazing opportunity. I absolutely enjoy being here. I'm Zoe. You can find me on Twitter as @ZoeTrooper. I suffer from too many ideas, too little times, but that is only held back by the size of my dreams. So, as corny as that sound, I am looking to do more things with more people and really just broaden my horizons. I have been in a number of TRPGs over the years, and I'm looking to do so many more. So it's nice to meet you. Thanks for seeing us today and watching our play or character creation of Lost Eons.
Also, you guys, if you would like to drop any of your links, your own Twitch, Linktree, whatever you have, feel free to post those in chat. I believe I finally taught our AI overlords to allow other people to put links, but we'll see. If not, send them over to me in Discord and I can drop them for you. But last and certainly not least, Drake, Lion. Very excited to have you on with us. I know you have a lot of great content of your own, so I'm looking forward to seeing what you can bring to our show. Tell us about yourself and what you do.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm really excited to be here. Hi, I'm Drake or Lion. You can find me pretty much anywhere at the Lion Knight 42. Pretty active on Twitter. I have a weekly actual play on Twitch called Dice Trays Action, where we play D&D 5e. I also have a show on YouTube called Roll for Perspective, where I sit down with different TTRPG creators and people who exist within the space to discuss specific games, tips, insights, and ways to just learn and grow. I've always really been enamored with the idea of a community centered around games like this and the particular way that we as people can grow both personally and as a group through these shared experiences. Organic character development, narrative, interpersonal relations are such a huge thing for me, and I always love that. I've been playing games for like 20 about 20 years now, and it's just something I'm so excited seeing so much more of now and getting the opportunity to share with more people. I'm working on getting a couple of other game actual plays out there, and also just sort of growing and meeting more people in the community and playing games with them and just getting to share what we all love.
Yeah. Yes, three amazing people that do their own, have their own channels, and of course dive into a lot of the same stuff that I do. So I am very much looking forward to having each of you on with me and getting your own personal insights, seeing how you do things and explore your own games. But yes, Nightbot seems to have forgot the lessons I taught it last season and needs a reminder. So yeah, if you have any links you would like me to drop, I can drop them for you. Just send them over in Discord, because I do very much want to get other people coming to hang out with you guys. Let's see. One other final announcement and bit of shilling. The reason we are all here, Lost Eons. Unfortunately, David Blandy will not be able to join us for this series. There is a big time zone difference, and he has a lot of his own things going on. So we won't have the creator here for, his insights and how he does things. But I've been speaking with him personally for a bit now, asking my own questions, getting a good feeling of the rules and the system so I can help explain it to you guys. And we are setting up a one-on-one interview, so you will still get those creator insights. It will just be separate from one of these episodes. So look forward to that. And if you would like to check out not only Lost Eons, but he makes a number of fantastic games and a number of supplements for Lost Eons and Lone Eons, Lone Eons being his more purely fantasy version of this game. You can find all of his great content over here on his itch page. Okay, with that out of the way, and you can find Andrew's content, That Gamer Ajax, over on his link tree over here. With all of that out of the way, I think that is everything. All right, let us get on with the show. So, learning a new game, it can be daunting, intimidating, but also exciting, I think. I've played a number of games throughout my player and GM career. I've read a lot of rule books, watched a lot of actual plays, listened to a lot of podcasts. And there are ways, I believe, that you can break down even the thickest of rule books into a much more easily digestible version of the rules. It takes some time, it takes some familiarity with how games are played, different systems, and having a good table of contents really helps. So, the way I like to handle this is I like to break it down into rules, tools, and themes. I think those are the three best ways to distill down a rulebook into what is most important to understanding the type of game that you're going to get out of the system, the type of players who are going to thrive most in that system, the type of characters that those players will thrive most in that system. And the ways to help you and your players run the game and tell the best collaborative story. This game in particular, Lost Eons, is it is a solar punk post-apocalyptic adventure TTRPG. It does have some elements of it does have some pastoral elements going out and exploring the world that has thrived after recovering from a post-apocalyptic or apocalyptical environmental crisis, ecological crisis. It is also very freeform and improvisational, collaborative narrative. It is advertised as a no maths system. You have dice, of course, and in some cases playing cards, which are really fun. But you don't need to worry about adding all kinds of modifiers and calculating AC and saving throws and all kinds of different arithmetic that you may need to do for other games. The rules in Lost Eons are really quite simple, distilled down into the basics of what you need to enact change, which is really just your skills and how each character is better at some things than others, but assumes that every one of these characters are going to be competent adventurers in their own right from the beginning. This is a game where you certainly could start out as a ragtag team of nobodies that has no experience with weapons or armor or fighting or the world at large and grow from there. But the game also facilitates play starting out with some level of competency. You don't need to worry about things like proficiency in order to use a weapon or get certain bonuses. You don't need to worry too terribly much about min-maxing your stats in order to be good at combat or good at soaking damage or fitting a particular role in the party. This game in particular is broken down into playbooks, or as they're referred to in this game, archetypes. But while there is a talent tree that you can move through, this game doesn't focus on menus of options that you can sort through and pick, much like D&D 5th edition. That will be my go-to compare and contrast when talking about other games, just because it's what pretty much everybody knows. If somebody is looking to learn a new game, they're usually coming from the perspective of already knowing and enjoying D&D 5th edition. And I enjoy D&D 5e. I think it's a great game, but there's a lot of other games out there. So I like to use D&D examples to compare and contrast how things work. At no point am I pushing away D&D people. So those comparisons may come up every now and then. So let's dive into rules, tools, and themes. And I think most important to start out with is those themes. And this is something that when I was talking to each of my cast members here, that I liked to point out these themes, and that helped me see how each of them would respond as a player, the type of characters that they might get into, and the type of experiences that they've had with different kinds of play, and what they may be comfortable with in the stories that this game will tell. First and foremost, this is a post-apocalyptic solarpunk adventure game, and exploring this game is actually the first time that I've even ever heard of the genre solarpunk. So let me read you the definition that I pulled off of Wikipedia, because that's always a reliable place to get information, but I think it fits here. Yes, solarpunk is a literary genre and artistic movement that envisions how the future might look if humanity succeeded in solving the major contemporary challenges of today, with emphasis on sustainability, human impact on the environment, and addressing climate change and population. It is a subgenre within science fiction, aligned with cyberpunk derivatives, and may borrow elements from utopian and fantasy genres. And I think that really does line up with what this game has to offer. It is solarpunk. The emphasis, the emphasis that the setting creates for this game, and we'll talk a little bit more about the setting in detail later. But the basis for the setting, the story foundation for Lost Eons, is that there was some sort of ecological environmental crisis 8,000 years ago. And at that time, humanity, in whatever form it was, whether there were different races, species, what have you, or whether it was just humanity, created thousands of bunkers, vaults, and descended down into the earth to get away from the disastrous climate change, the storms, and alternating hot cold weather patterns. You could even throw in, if you would like to, great magic mana storms, or if you want to go more Fallout, nuclear fallout. A lot of the specifics of the world you create is very much left up to you, though there is a setting guide that is included, or is part of the 3-zine triptych, as David puts it, a great word, triptych, collection of 3 installments that you can explore. It's called The Fens. We will talk more about that later. Yes, but this solarpunk game, set 8,000 years after the start of this crisis, after humanity descended down into their bunkers. Now, 8,000 years is an incredibly long time. As somebody with a history degree myself, and somebody who enjoys B-52's music, 8,000 years ago is about the length of human civilization, and I do mean civilization in the concept of banding together, forming polities, defending states, and whatnot, going all the way back to Mesopotamia. I mean, you can make arguments for 10,000, 12,000 years, but then you're getting into like ancient astronaut theories, and those guys say yes to everything. So 8,000 years is a huge expanse of time. And this is a question that I'm definitely going to be bringing up with David during the interview, because I'm very curious as to where he came up with that 8,000 year mark, because a lot can happen in the course of society and even evolution in 8,000 years. Though not as much when thinking of a planetary scale. I'm not sure if 8,000 years would be enough to like get through an ice age. more into ancient humanity history than necessarily geological history, so I'll leave that to somebody else. But 8,000 years has gone on since humanity descended into these bunkers. But just like Fallout, only the best of humanity got into these vaults, these bunkers, and by best I do mean those who were best suited for science experiments and the rich. So there were plenty of people left on the surface to deal with the climate catastrophe. And over the course of this time, they changed along with the world. Now, to bring in the fantasy side of this science fantasy solar punk genre, the world in which this takes place is always assumed to have some level of magic, and that level of magic can be left up to you, the GM, and your group. It's assumed that essence, as it's called in this game, it is an integral part of the universe. It's the life force of the universe. It permeates through all things, all matter, all living things, your character, that guy over there, that tree, and even inanimate things, that rock over there. There is essence in everything. And during this ecological crisis, for whatever reason, which is left vague for you to explain as the GM and explore as a party, or simply as a fantasy element that doesn't need to be explained because it was 8,000 years ago, the essence in the earth started bubbling up, expanding, growing more and more potent, and less predictable. So the essence mutated not only the planet and the world and the environment, but the people, well, who reside on it. And not only those outside of the bunkers, but because a majority of the essence comes from the core of the planet, the bubbling up, the expanding of essence, due to this ecological crisis, again, for whatever reason, started permeating through the mantle, the crust of the earth, and seeped into these bunkers. So you can have a bunker in which you were somehow, for whatever reason, not at all or not too terribly affected by the expanding essence and the mutations that occurred, or you could have a bunker that was breached in some way, whether physically or simply by this overflow of magic, this overflow of mana. And you could have bunkers where, even though you were safe from the topside world, the people in those bunkers may still have mutated. Unfortunately, the people in the topside, up in the intersection, as it is called in this setting, didn't have the luxury of bunkers and climate control and whatnot. So they had to survive for 8,000 years through whatever climate catastrophe that you would like to define. And again, that's left up to the group, the GM, or can be left vague and unexplained because it was 8,000 years ago. But in that course of time, be it through, because of mutation, because of this overflow of essence, mana, everything mutated. The plants, the world, the geography, and the people. And this is where another major theme of the game ties in, and that is mutation. Mutation is a core part of not only the theme of this game, but also how your character gets their abilities and how characters advance, both beneficially and detrimentally. This is a game where it is described as an emphasis on post-humanity, becoming more, or at least different from what humanity is today, and that includes your physical appearance. And throughout the course of the adventure, your person, your physical form may be altered. Sometimes largely out of your control. which can be jarring for some players. Some players may not be comfortable with that level of bodily agency being taken away from them. It is also a game that can facilitate a sort of body horror genre. That's not something I focus on. I'm not one for gore and gruesomeness, but mutation is a big part of this game. So whether it be beneficial mutations that you get through the advancement system, or whether it be detrimental mutations you get from taking damage when casting spells or interacting with dangerous environments or creatures, your character is going to mutate throughout the course of the game. And that includes both in appearance and in ability. Now, your character can start out as either a topsider or a bunker resident, with some level of mutation. And that can be anything from growing grass across your body instead of hair, to much more visceral things like having twisted mangle arms that split into multiple hands down below, from the wrist, creating multiple forearms or whatnot. So the level of mutation and how far you take that is going to be left up to you and your group. But when starting up a game of Lost Eons, you have to be okay with mutation and with losing and changing yourself as you play. And I've talked with each of my players here. They are comfortable with that to the extent that I would take it, and I'm looking forward to see how we explore that. So definitely, I will. Oh, I will. Definitely a very important concept to bring up during your own session zero. Make sure that your players are okay with the game mechanics changing the physical aspects of their characters. Now, with that said, there is a big emphasis in Lost Eons. This is the third of my 3 core themes of this game. It is very freeform, it is very improvisational, and it is very collaborative. Most aspects of this game are collaborative. So even though the rules dictate that you mutate, it should be a conversation, a negotiation between the player and the GM as to what sort of appearance they are comfortable with, and what makes the most sense for their character and the situation that brought on that mutation, and then a negotiation of the positives and negatives that may come about because of that mutation. Now we'll get into the rules of that later. Different mutations, you roll on various charts to see how you mutate thematically, in appearance, and also the positives and negatives that you get. But that should be a conversation that you have with the player as it comes up, so you don't cross any boundaries, and you make sure that when these mutations occur, they are things that they can and are excited to work with as a player to continue their own story. A specific mutation should never be forced upon a player in an effort to make them less or make them uncomfortable. This is a game, as with many games that I prefer, this is not a game where an antagonistic GM is going to thrive. Because you can push boundaries too far, you can easily lose players, and you can easily just kill them. But we'll get to that in the rules on combat. So 3 important themes of this game: solarpunk, knowing what the genre is that you're going to be exploring and what the world is going to be like as you progress through it. Mutations, and making sure that your players are okay with that level of bodily autonomy change, that they're comfortable with that sort of thing. And when looking for players in this game, when preparing players for this game, it's important that they understand that it is very freeform, it is very improvisational, it's collaborative, it's narrative. It facilitates, and I would say requires, a level of on-the-spot creativity, improvisation skills. That is more important when putting on an entertainment show and can be taken much more loosely, much more slowly when it's just a bunch of people at the table. But a lot of this game does happen on the spot. A lot of spell creation, utilizes keywords instead of having a long list of skills and an exact definition of what those skills do. Those skills are keywords. And of course, as I've been talking about, mutations and other levels of advancement and equipment that you can get are largely based on keywords. So you need players who are capable and excited to create on the fly and explore their creativity. This is another fantastic game that would be a great tool for teaching people improvisational creative thinking skills. And I love those games. So those are my big takeaways from looking at the rules and the setting for Lost Eons. And again, I welcome any questions or comments from the chat. And I know my players have been talking about some things here. Yes, taking notes. I do recommend taking notes. This will be on the quiz later, and by quiz I mean that game you're going to run for new players.
Exactly.
Yeah, I have a bit of a battle station sort of set up.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
if you see me looking off in other directions, it's all for this.
Oh yeah. Okay, so with themes out of the way, now that you know a bit of the, a bit about the type of game that you're going to be playing or running, let's dive in to the core mechanics. This is how you enact change in the story that you are telling. And I'm going to start off focusing on the core mechanics, and the benefit to this game, to Lost Eons, is that it's been largely distilled down into a very simple core mechanic. There isn't complicated arithmetic that you need to use. There isn't a lot of edge case rulings that you need to have on the side. Like grappling is different from shoving, which is different from attacking. When to roll AC, how to use different attributes with different skills. A lot of it is boiled down into a very simplistic core mechanic. And that is composed of 2 dice. Throughout this game, when your character is doing things on their own, you will, for the most part, be rolling 2 dice. So the core mechanic of this game, the way you enact change and let fate decide what you are doing by casting a die and going with what it says. There are those 2 main dice, and that is first a soul dice. Every character has a base soul dice of a d6. That is your base level of competency. As I said, it is assumed that all of your characters start out with some level of competency, and that is the d6. Everybody should have a d6, and there's, to my knowledge, after doing this deep dive, not a way to get your soul die any higher, at least not permanently. You as a person and everybody else as fellow people are going to have a d6 soul die. That is one of 2 dice that you're going to use when making a skill check. The only impairment that you may get to your soul die is if you are in the wounded clock, which we'll talk about later when we get down to combat and vitality and character statistics and whatnot. But over the course of your adventures, if you are wounded, your soul die will decrease to a d6, and that is simply representing that your bodily capability has been drained in some way. You are injured to the point where you are not as good at things, or you are simply exhausted and tired and overstrained, overscattered, hello cat, to the point where that's a mechanic from Heroic Chord, where you are not capable of performing at your best. But for the most part, as long as you're healthy, you're going to be rolling a d6. The second die of your 2 die pair is a skill dice, and this is determined by the level of skill in, well, each of your different skills. An untrained individual is always going to start with a D4, and we can take a look at the character sheets. My players can take a look at their character sheets, and anybody out in the audience, if you have gone and checked out the book, again, head over to David Blandy's itch page to go check that out. You can find a list of all the playbooks, the archetypes in there, and you can get access to the character sheet. But I'll try to hold up some of it here into this tiny face camera that I have. You have various skills. This might be reversed for everyone, so that's probably not helpful. I'm going to go over it all anyway. But for those of you following along, well, please feel free to follow along. Your skills are going to be broken down into physical expertise, technical expertise, and mental expertise, and we'll get into each of those in just a minute. But the way that your character enacts change and how they express their varying levels of proficiency is in the type of die that is rolled. This is a system that is I'm seeing owie. Is that a visual or an auditory owie? Are we having some sort of overload with our show cat? Let me know if I need to play with some sliders. Yes, the skill die. An untrained individual, anyone out there, your standard person, your challenge rating 1/8 farmer out there is going to have a D4 in all of their skills. Just like the D6 soul die, the D4 skill die is the basic level of competency that everybody is going to have in performing everyday activities. As a metric to understand the soul die, I suppose it is important to look at the difficulty of the skill challenges that you're going to need to make. This is a system that is similar, inspired, in fact, by Blades in the Dark, the Forged in the Dark system. And I won't get too much into that game, but you have 2 die, and I'll continue talking about the soul die and the skill die, but you roll these 2 die, these 2 dice, and you look at each of their results. And generally, you take only the highest of them. So whatever is higher on these 2 dice, 1, 2, and 3 is considered a failure. You simply fail at the action. It doesn't happen. You do it poorly. But you do also suffer a consequence. It's important in this game that no matter... It's important in this game that even if you fail, something still happens. There is nothing worse in a game, in my mind, that a roll simply stops progress. If you fail, you suffer a complication. And we'll talk more about what complications may be in specific aspects of the game. But 1, 2, and 3 is a failure. If one of those dice is showing a 1, even if it's not the highest dice, you don't need to roll snake eyes for it. If you roll a 3 and a 1, if one of those dice is showing a 1, it is a critical failure, in which case you get 2 complications. Again, we'll talk about complications in just a bit. A result of 4 or 5 on the highest dice value is a success with complication, some sort of setback. So yes, you succeeded in what you were aiming to do, but there is still some sort of complication or consequence to that. And that will vary depending on the situation you're in and, well, how dire that situation is. Again, more on consequences later. And, of course, a 6 or higher is a full success. And if you get 2 6s or higher, that is a critical success, which is only important in some situations. But if we look back at these dice we have, everybody has a soul die, which is a D6, and starts out with a skill die of a D4. So if you are a basic person or otherwise untrained in any of your skills, you will be rolling a D6 and a D4. And the only way to get a full complete success is to roll a 6 or higher, which you can only do on 1 dice, 1 out of 6 faces. So the majority of the game, at least when you're dealing with lower level characters, when you're interacting with unleveled characters, again, levels in air quotes because there's more of an advancement system than a level system. But if you're rolling only the base die, it's going to be far more likely that you are going to incur some sort of consequence, whether you fail or succeed. Now, the interesting thing about skill dice and how this game differs from the Forged in the Dark system, as you put more points into a skill, you get more dice, so that you are more likely to roll a 6, more likely to get a full success. In this game, in Lost Eons, your skill dice, instead of getting more skill dice, you increment the skill dice. So as you train your skills, you roll the highest die available for you in that skill, which can be upgraded from a D4 to a D6 to a D8 to a D10, or finally a D12. So if you're looking at a character that has a D10 skill die as opposed to a D4 skill die, it's much more likely that you're going to succeed, whether it be a partial success with Complication, or there's a drastically higher chance of hitting that 6 or higher mark to get a full success without any sort of complications. And that's the core of the game. You have your 2 dice. One of them is always a D6. Others increment as you increase your skills. That's all we need to go. Let's start the game. Wait, no. I still have another hour or so to fill. Okay. Let's see. More nuances to this game. Yes, I did say, for the most part, you were always going to be rolling 2 dice. There is an assistance feature in this game. That is the only way to get an additional dice. If another character is assisting you, they add their soul die to the roll. Not their skill die. It doesn't matter how skilled they are in an action, because you are one character helms the activity. They are providing the direction for undertaking this task, and another character is simply helping. They are lending a hand. They are contributing some level of their base knowledge, but are mostly there for support. So you add their soul die, which again is going to be a D6 unless they're wounded, in which it is a D4. Now, for any character that does assist, they do also expose themselves to the potential consequences of failure or partial success. So keep in mind when you want to do a group check of some kind, whether that be 2 people or more. I don't believe there's any limit to the amount of people who can assist. I may have to go back and check that. I will ask David about that when we do the interview. But anyone who contributes a die to this skill check is going to be subject to the consequences. So if you do roll a consequence, which could be something narrative, or it could be something as simple as taking damage, instead of that one person who helms the skill takes damage, anyone who contributes a die could potentially take damage, or take some sort of condition, or get moved into a more dangerous position in whatever situation they find themselves in. So there's a cost, there's a risk to contributing to a group check. Now let's take a look at the skills specifically. As I said, each skill is there are 3 expertise that you have, and you'll find them on the character sheet over on the right hand side of things. There is your physical adeptness. This is broken down into the muscle skill, reflex skill, and endure skill. For the most part, these are going to do what they say on the tin. Muscle is your physicality, your strength. Reflex, your agility, poise, evasion, your ability to bob and weave and move and act precisely. And endure, which is your fortitude, your toughness, your grit. For the most part, these 3 skills can be fairly easily compared to strength, dexterity, and endurance of, say, D&D 5e. You have muscle for strength, reflex for dexterity, endure for constitution. The other skills get a little bit more nuanced. If we take a look at the technical expertise, that is broken down into hack, search, and research. Now, each of these technical expertise I like to liken to intelligence-based skills in D&D. Hack is going to focus on both your manual dexterity, your ability to tinker and, do little precise movements, whether that be building or typing on a keyboard or whatever it may be, but also your practical intelligence of that sort of thing, knowing how to build something, knowing how to hack a computer console. So it is both manual dexterity and your understanding of how to use that manual dexterity to create or change something in a small scale. Search is very much like perception in D&D. It is your perception, your guile. If you are looking out for something, you are going to use the search skill. And this could be anything from finding somebody who is hidden to looking at minute details. There is also research, the research skill, and this focuses on academic intelligence. And this could be both researching things. If you go to a library, if you find a computer console, you could roll research, or the use of that understanding. Your general intelligence checks would likely be research, your general history checks, what you know about the world, what you know about a specific event or a specific way of doing things, that's going to fall under research. Unless for some reason, what's that?
Oh, like they're lore checks.
Lore checks, yeah, like lore checks. Unless, of course, the player can make an argument for any other skill. And then mental expertise, the third of these three skill categories. I like to liken the mental expertise to wisdom-based skills in D&D. So you have the analysis skill, the persuade skill, and the channel skill. Analysis is going to be insight and discerning your environment. The analysis skill is going to be, insight, the insight skill from D&D, and also the investigation skill, which is different from the search skill in this game or the perception skill in D&D. Though I believe those are sort of flipped in this instance. I saw the gears whirring there, Drake. Yes, in this game, I lump search into that more intelligence, practical side, and analysis into more wisdom-based. But yes, the analysis skill is going to be your ability to insight somebody, get an understanding of if they're being truthful or what their motivations might be, and also your ability to investigate an area, looking at things from a much more minute and much more particular investigative standpoint. There is then the persuade skill, which is your basic charisma-based utility skill. That could be anything from negotiations, persuasion, deception, intimidation. It is your ability to interact in some sort of way with another living entity to, encourage them more along your lines of thinking. And then there is the channel skill, which is pretty much entirely relegated to spellcasting, and we'll talk more about spellcasting later. Those are your 9 skills: muscle, reflex, endure, hack, search, and research, and analysis, persuade, and channel. When it comes to making a skill check, and pretty much every, I don't think I need an asterisk here, every check you make in Lost Eons is going to be a skill check in some way. You're going to roll your soul die, and you're going to roll a skill die based on your level of proficiency in each one of these skills. Again, D6, maybe a D4 for soul die, and anything from a D4 to D12 in your skill die. Trying to hit a 4 or 5 for a partial success, or 6 or higher for a full success. And that is the basics of skills and how to enact change. Now, as I said earlier, a lot of this game is collaborative and improvisational and should be a negotiation. So those small little blurbs about what each of these skills are about is the entirety of the directions you get for how those skills work and when each skill is going to be most applicable to what you are doing. It is left up to the player to negotiate with the GM as to what skill might be most useful to enact the change that they are looking for. So, for instance, if you come to a path in a cavern and there is a large boulder blocking your way, a more physically minded person may just say, I'm going to move that boulder out of the way, I'm going to grab it, I'm going to push it. That would, for the most part, be a muscle skill. But a more technically astute person, somebody who might not have the physicality of that big guy or gal or them, may look at that problem and say, you know what, I'm gonna build some sort of lever pulley system. I'm gonna play around with physics a little bit and move that out of the way. Let me make a hack skill to put together some rudimentary contraption to get it out of the way. So any problem that you are faced with as a player, and GMs, you are encouraged to create obstacles that can be interacted with in a variety of different ways. It is left up to the player to suggest how they would like to interact with that obstacle and what skill would be most applicable for them to roll. And if it makes sense, let them do it. That's about all the direction you need. So I'm really looking forward to all the different ways that you can interact with crises in this game.
I love the freedom personally.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, same. Big fan. It creates a really large area to just sort of stretch out narratively.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it really facilitates and encourages a diversity in the builds of each of your characters. So you don't need to have a high, not everybody needs to have a high muscle skill to do greater damage or have a better chance to hit. Maybe you'll use reflex to shoot from a distance. Maybe you will help the party in combat by calling out weak spots and make an analysis check. You might set up traps and whatnot using the hack skill. So there's a number of different ways that you can interact with the world, and allows characters to really differentiate themselves in both how they're built and how they progress, how they interact with each other. Okay, so we know what the dice are, we know what the skills are, and for the most part, how to use them. Again, that's going to be a negotiation. We know the difficulty metric, the numbers you need to hit in order to either fail, pass with the complication, or outright succeed. So now that you have all of that, when looking at a skill, when looking at an obstacle, after you negotiate what that is going to be, let's assume that you are a healthy individual. You start out with your D6 soul die. Let's say this individual has incremented their hack skill from a D4 to a D6 and all the way up to a D8. You'll get these 2 die. Maybe somebody is going to help. They might contribute another D6 or potentially D4 soul die to this roll. You roll that and take the highest of the lot. I rolled 2 4s here, so that is going to be a partial success. That means success with complication. Now, what are complications? Like pretty much everything in Lost Eons, this is a collaborative, negotiated ruling system. Complications could be any number of things, though there are some guidelines to break down what a complication can be and the level of severity that they could be. So if a complication is rolled, use the narrative to inspire some sort of pitfall for the character that performed that action. Rarely are you going to issue a complication that's going to be a problem for the entire group directly. Indirectly, if one person is more in trouble and they care about that person, then the whole group is more in trouble. But for the most part, if say that guy fails in moving a boulder out, or even if they succeed with a partial success in pushing that boulder out of the way, perhaps the complication simply is rocks fall. try not to kill them. But rocks fall. That is your complication. That should really only hit the person who rolled that complication, which is the main person engaging in the activity and maybe anybody who assisted. So for some guidelines, when rolling a complication, when rolling a single complication, a single consequence, they could take harm, and for the most part, a single harm, because you only have so much harm that you can take. Lost Eons can be quite a lethal game if your players are unlucky or otherwise unimaginative, or if you really ally things against them. So you could take one harm, and we'll talk about how you take harm later, but you could take harm. It could increase the amount of time things take. Time is, for the most part, a narrative complication, though this game does encourage the use of adventure clocks, which track how other objectives may progress, rival factions, how they may progress in their goals, or simply a countdown for when an area may become too dangerous to stay in or an objective fails. So taking more time could be marking a segment on an adventure clock. We'll talk about those in a bit. Limited effectiveness, so say you succeed with a partial success, you do move the boulder out of the way, but not all the way out of the way. You can only get through single file. So instead of the whole group being able to pass through as a whole safely, only one person can fit through at a time, and maybe there might be something dangerous on the other side of that boulder. It could simply be a narrative complication. Somebody could get angry at the character, or they could something from their backstory could come up. They could simply get angry or frustrated or sad from the encounter, and it is left up to the player to run with that narrative complication, that narrative condition that they are applied. But of course, again, that should be a negotiation. The GM can't really, for the most part, dictate to you, hey, you are sad now, you have to play sad. It should be a negotiation. Does it make sense that failing in this check that you made, failing in this conversation, you failed to convince this person to help you, or to give you information, or to give you something? Does it make sense that you question your social skills? Did it bring up some sort of social anxiety that your character might have? Maybe you're a little sad now. Maybe you're a little nervous. That is a narrative complication that is entirely played out through roleplay, and that is a reasonable complication or consequence to give to somebody. Another common complication is using up a consumable or breaking an item. We'll talk about items a little bit later, but if there are items out there like creation kits, crafting kits, potion making kits, healing kits, that if you get a complication, you use up that kit. Or that item breaks if you fail if you get a complication in combat, or a series of complications in combat, maybe your weapon breaks. That could be a problem. Or, of course, you can simply start or add a new problematic clock. And we'll talk a bit more about clocks later, but again, that is a way to track any new objective or complication that may arise. So they push the boulder out of the way, and in doing so, it slams hard against one of the walls, and you see a seam split in the rock. Let's say make a clock with four segments. And when that clock is filled, this section of the cave collapses. Everybody has to get through within those four segments. Now, the length of time that four segments could take is entirely up to you. That could be in mere seconds, in mere actions. Everybody has to get through very quickly before it collapses, or maybe it will take longer. Maybe it doesn't collapse as soon as everybody gets through, but it's the only way out, and if you take too long in the dungeon, that crack will spread and you may be trapped there behind a large pile of rubble. And as you progress through the dungeon, every now and then, whether it be from rolling another complication narratively, or if you have some level of some measurement of time in mind, you can add to that problematic clock. But of course, these are all just guidelines for consequences, and for the most part, that's going to cover pretty much everything. Any other creative complications that you could come up with basically fall into narrative complication or creating a problematic clock. But those are the basic guidelines for rolling a single complication. Now again, if you roll a 1 on one die and fail as a total on both of your die, you will take 2 complications. So you could take harm and it takes more time. Or if it's a particularly dangerous situation, maybe you take 2 harm. Ouch. Or your item breaks while you were trying to do it and you still create a problematic clock. So there's a number of combinations that you can pick from this, though you should keep in mind, the GM should keep in mind that the severity of the complication should fit the narrative and should fit the level of risk that the player and character, for the most part, understood and accepted going into how they were interacting with the situation. There's always unintended consequences, but again, a problematic and antagonistic GM has a lot of control on their side. You don't want to give 3 harm at once for a single complication, because that's quickly going to destroy your party. You don't want to create a narrative complication that's going to cause the entire village to grab torches and pitchforks and drive them out just because they failed in negotiating the price of bread or something like that. So it's very important that you negotiate in good faith, both as players and as the GM when resolving complications. So you rolled your dice, you know what the outcome is going to look like, whether you succeed or fail, whether you have complications. You could, if you want to, push your luck. So if you fail a roll, you can push your luck to re-roll. You can only do this once per action, and that's kind of left vague. Again, a negotiation between player and GM. You can decide to push your luck and expose yourself to severe consequences. If you push your luck and roll again and get either a partial success or outright fail once more, that could be quite dangerous. Pushing your luck is that situation where GMs are allowed to and sometimes encouraged to really punish their players. Again, antagonistic GMing could definitely be problematic, but if they push their luck, you should let your players know when they choose to push their luck that they are engaging in a particularly risky action. And in failing, when rolling a complication, even on a success, could have dangerous consequences. So as examples for more dangerous, severe consequences, that could be marking 1 or more conditions on the wounded clock. That is bypassing your armor, that is bypassing your HP and going straight to your survival state. So if they push their luck, and say that guy who is pushing the boulder, he fails, he decides to push his luck and rolls a complication. He pushes the boulder, it bounces off the wall and rolls over his leg. You are now dazed. Your leg is, or you could even going all the way from dazed to scarred. We'll talk more about the progression of these clocks later. But yeah, you could take harm. You could get dazed. You could get downed, which is basically in D&D terms like death saving throws. You're for the most part unconscious or semi-conscious and unable to interact in any meaningful way. So let's say the boulder rolls back and pushes him into the wall and he knocks his head. He is dazed or perhaps even completely knocked out. That could be a severe complication. Serious harm could also be a complication. Instead of getting dazed or knocked out, the boulder rolls over his leg. He takes 2 points of damage to his resilience track. You could fail the entire objective as a whole. Yeah, you pushed the boulder out of the way, but you pushed it into a crack in the wall, and the whole thing collapses immediately. Sorry, you're not getting into this dungeon. At least not today. Or it could increase the lethality or severity of whatever situation they are in. It could take the party could take the character or the party as a whole could take a negative hit to their reputation. This is when the town might grab their torches and pitchforks, or enemies call in reinforcements. Or, of course, it could simply complete one of those problematic clocks. So if you are further in the dungeon and perform some sort of other action and you already have a clock about that tunnel collapsing, it does need to make narrative sense. You should have some way to justify it. But let's say that you find some sort of ravine that has or ledge, I should say, that has there's some sort of dwellers in there that have all kinds of equipment set up or have piled up large rocks to create their buildings or defenses. And in some manner, when engaging in some sort of skill check, you knock over all of these heavy objects down into the ravine, and it causes the cavern to shake. More seams crack against the rock walls of this cavern, and meet up with that other seam you created back there, and you hear a crashing as the tunnel immediately collapses. That could be a severe complication. So it could be something literal and mechanical on your sheet as taking damage or getting some sort of condition, to a narrative complication, but a severe narrative complication. And that is really the core mechanics of this game. Everything else beyond that is going to be how you interact mostly with each other, so how your characters are defined, and with the world and the other factions in the world, and those are going to be defined through adventure clocks. So let's talk about these adventure clocks, unless anybody has any questions on skills or how you enact change. Do we have anything going on in chat? Any questions from you guys in cast?
I don't think so. I think that it's a pretty straightforward system, all things considered. I know that some of the other systems that I've played before in the past kind of like use very flexible skills, and I think this is one that definitely like applies to that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very interested to see how this is going to work, especially like amongst us as players. I'm already getting ideas like, ooh, how can I like mess with the world around me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like it's limited only by our own creativity, which
Exactly.
I'm so for that.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm really big on this. I like how this does this thing where we talked a little bit before about the freedom that you get with the use of skills and how it allows for a lot of uniqueness, but it does through that openness and that narrative freedom, as opposed to a game like Pathfinder, which can also do that but does it mechanically.
Yeah.
By you're different from everyone else because here are all these bonuses you get.
Yeah.
Versus here where it's just, how do you want to be different from other people? I think that's really cool.
Yeah. Yeah, so instead of picking from a number of different menus of class features and racial traits and very specifically detailed spells, which can be a great way of playing the game and understanding your character and differentiating your character from others, it comes down to how each of you think differently. And I think that's fantastic, because everybody does come to a game with a different perspective, a different way of thinking, their own different play style. I love playing these narrative keyword based games. And a prime example of this was last season's Heroic Chord, seeing how each player looks at a situation entirely differently. You set up one situation, you have 3 players, you're going to get 3 completely different attempts at solving that situation.
I will say that the big question I have is when it comes to character progression. I know this is going to be a very short campaign, but is there a way to start modifying some of those skills, like increasing it from like a D4 on something that you're untrained on up to that D6 and keep going higher. How does that kind of progression work with this system?
Yes. Great segue into actually my next bullet point, upgrades and advancement. Yes, when you fail a roll, you mark experience on your resolve track. Again, I don't know how helpful this is going to be, but above each of your three expertise categories, so physical, technical, mental, they each have a resolve track. When you fail a roll, you mark you put a mark in resolve. Now that is entirely failures, so that's 1, 2, or 3. If you succeed with a complication, you still succeeded, so you're not learning anything new about how that happened. I'll ask David about this specifically when we have this interview, but as I understand it, it is just when you fail. You failed that action, and in so gain some sort of insight, or at least thought up some sort of possible way of being better at it next time. So you roll muscle. Let's say that guy who was pushing the boulder out of the way, he rolls a 2. He just can't get that boulder out of the way. We'll deal with complications, but he failed the roll. He marks a point of resolve in his physical track. Later down the line, over the course of the adventure, he fails 7 more skill tests in the physical category and fills up that 8-track resolve track. When that is filled up, you choose a skill and increment one of those die.
Love that. I think that's so cool. Just learning from your mistakes, and those are the moments that make you grow. And it's something I don't see implemented a lot in other games. So that's really awesome seeing that here and the way that it's done.
When you do everything perfectly, you don't grow as a person, right? So that makes total sense to me, and I love that.
Yeah, you have to fail to learn something new. We were talking about this earlier before the stream. On one of my previous streams, I had failed to notice that I changed some things, and the all of our microphones were turned on during our introduction screen. Well, I failed that hack test, but in doing so, I completed my resolve. I put another point in search, so now I am more proficient at looking at my OBS and seeing, oh, hey, all of our microphones are just turned on. I should turn those off. There you go, practical real world example.
And I like how it ties in also with we were talking about complications with successes, where it's things in life are so rarely perfect even when they do succeed. And I like how this represents that as a whole more than just the pass-fail system.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that is for the most part how you're going to advance your character. Because pretty much everything is enacted through these skill checks. Other than that, there's no experience in this game. You don't get experience points for killing monsters or completing challenges or whatnot. You get your resolve points when you fail a roll, and otherwise it is left up to the GM and the party, once again, to negotiate when there are significant milestones in the game. And this is actually one of my favorite things from D&D 5th edition, that they introduced or at least codified milestone experience. Because I know going all the way back to 3.5, the early days of 3rd edition, when you had to track in later levels thousands, tens of thousands of experience points to figure out where your level was, how much you needed to do, what is this fight worth, especially from a GM side of things, how much experience is this fight worth, sort of questions. This game, again, a lot more narrative, so that level up system, that advancement system, is based on narrative milestones. And the GMs are encouraged to allow ask their players, hey, you just completed some event here. Does it sound like a milestone to you? And that should, like everything else in the game, that should be a negotiation. But when you hit one of these milestones, this is when you get a major beneficial mutation. So you increment your skill die through the actual use of those skills. But in order to get any new talents or traits, or in some cases skill bonuses, those are obtained through mutation. Again, going back to the theme, or when we talked about the theme of this game and mutation, there are both major and minor mutations, and both beneficial and detrimental mutations. And the way your character advances or levels up is through the acquisition of these major beneficial mutations. So when you hit one of these milestones, you award the players a major beneficial mutation. And that will allow them to unlock, depending on their roles, one or more talents, one or more traits, and one or more skill bonuses. For those of you following along, that is page 20 of the player's guide, has all of those tables. When you get another talent through a major beneficial mutation, this is also when you can choose another talent as directed by your playbook or archetype. Again, it's reversed, so not super helpful. So with that out of the way, does that answer your question satisfactorily about advancement?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes, it does.
Yes, we'll talk more about adventure clocks when we get to actually running the game, but let's focus more on character creation, the character side of the game, because that's where most of the people playing the game are going to engage. So we know about the dice, we know about the skills and their roles, and vaguely how to advance your character. But let's take a look at character creation. I think we'll dive into this more specifically in the second half of this show. But vaguely, the way characters are created, you first choose your archetype. There are 6 different archetypes or playbooks in Lost Eons, and they are the Salvager, which is a sort of crafty mechanic character. There is the Seer, somebody who is naturally adept at magic. They get more aspect cards, and we'll talk about that in a bit, or don't have to spend as many aspect cards, or get other free ways of doing wiggly finger magic things without having to pay aspect cards. That's the Seer. There is the Scrapper, your fighter, your brawler, your brute, your warrior. There is the Outcast, your rogue in both charm and guile. There is the Psych, which basically breaks reality. The Psych, able to peer into the secrets of the world and sometimes manipulate them. It's basically like being an oracle or something like that. A lot of the Psych talents allow you to say, "Hey GM, tell me something my character wouldn't know." Or let me interact with let me change something in the world. Not me as a character. I'm just gonna reach over behind your screen and move this over here. That's the Psych. Could be a very interesting
cool.
class. Could be a very interesting playbook to play. Could also be a headache.
You know, I had an idea in mind, and you might have just persuaded me otherwise.
There you go. There you go.
Oh no.
There it is.
I'm sorry. Do I get to break reality? Oh my.
And finally, the Shifter, which has a sort of druid feel to it, in that shifters are capable of taking on the forms and ferocity of beasts. So they get to expend aspects to turn into different forms. We'll talk more about that later. So those are your 3 archetypes, and that's basically all the direction you get into the type of character that those archetypes could produce. You could easily make a Psych that has high muscle and likes to fight, so you don't have to be a Scrapper to be a brawler or something. So each of these playbooks has a narrative suggestion for your character, but is mostly defined by the talent tree that you gain access to. For anyone following along in the player's guide, you can take a look at the talent trees for each of these playbooks, starting on page 22. Each playbook or each archetype starts out with a tier 0 talent, That's what you get at the start of character creation. And when you gain access to a new talent through a major beneficial mutation, you can gain access to any tier, any talent connected to one or the others. So you can see on the character sheet that they're all kind of aligned in a crisscross column that goes down. So you have tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and tier 4 talents that you can choose. So when you get your first beneficial mutation, you would take a tier 1 talent. When you get your second beneficial mutation and roll for a talent, you could decide to either take the other tier 1 talent or move down and take a tier 2 talent. And that's that.
Push.
Yes.
Sorry. Could you, if you take a tier 2 talent, the next time that you get a beneficial mutation, could you take the other tier 1 talent?
Yes.
Or are you now okay?
Yep. You can take any talent connected to any other talent you have.
Cool.
Which is most helpful to understand when you're actually looking at the character sheet. It has that little crisscross column, picture there. Okay, so you have your archetype, you have your playbook, and generally what that means for your character. Then you choose a personality and an experience, and this is not just narrative, this is not just backstory. The personality that your character has and a formative experience that they had while they were growing up directly impacts their statistics, and you can find the tables and suggestions for that on page 14 of the player's guide. But basically, each of these options, both your personality and your experience, will allow you to increment a skill. So your playbook is going to give you your base skills. So you're going to start out with a D4 on every skill, but each playbook has specific skills that they are innately better at. If we're taking a look at the Salvager, they start out with, I know I've modified this, so I have to look closely. They start out with a D6 in Endure, a D6 in Hack, Search, Research, Analysis, and Channel. And that is your basic skill levels as determined by your archetype, and then you can increment 2 of those skills based on your personality and experience. So I created an example character sheet to help me understand and help demonstrate. So I have Tonk the Great Reclaimer. He is a salvager and is surely going to appear in our adventure in some way or another because I just love that name. He took, for his personality, he took hacking. He increments his hack skill. So he goes from a D6 up to a D8. He is the guy who takes things apart. That's his personality. It's really just a little narrative prompt that gives you both a mechanical benefit of incrementing your skill die, and backstory prompt for helping you define who your character is and how they look through the world. Likewise, experience, he took unpredictable surroundings led to you becoming nimble, and in doing so, I incremented my reflex die from a D4, I just had base there, up to a D6. As I said on page 14, for those following along, there are suggestions for what each skill proficiency, and I use proficiency not in a mechanical sense in D&D, but each skill is represented with some sort of, again, narrative aspect of how your character would define themselves and interact with the world. It doesn't need to be one for one. You can choose hack. You can choose a personality that led to a better hacking skill, and have nothing to do with stealing your dad's computer and taking it apart in the driveway, which I totally didn't do. You could take something else. A hack could be any number of things. You could increment your skill die in hack in let's say it's practical knowledge as well. Maybe you were mentored by old world programmer and that influenced your technology. You had a sort of a Doc Brown mentor, and you're a little twitchy now, but you're really good at hacking things. So both a mechanical and a narrative prompt to define your character. So you have your archetype, you have your personality and your experience, with which both grant a skill bonus. You then define your society. And the society that your character comes from is going to define your 3 traits that you get. Traits. You can find traits on page 25 of the player's guide. And as far as society, you are left to basically build a society individually, or it's encouraged for the group to build a society collaboratively. And we'll talk about that a little later, perhaps even getting into building our own society for where these characters come from towards the latter portions of this episode. But your society is where you're going to get your 3 traits from. So you can either make your own society, or you could take a look at the Fens setting guide. That is the 3rd of these 3 zines of Lost Eons, and that has a number of different societies that you can choose from, each with their own societal structure, how their people interact with each other and the world around them, what kind of economic system they have, what kind of government system they have, where geographically they are located and how that has changed their society, what's important to them. So a society could be as complex or as vague as you want it to be, as long as you get access to at least 3 traits to choose from. And those traits, as I said, page 25 in the core book, allow your character to have little different bonuses, like night vision or the ability to photosynthesize. It could be any number of things. There's a list of 20 traits in the player's guide, again, page 25, though you could suggest others. Again, collaboratively building the world and the characters, and a negotiation between the GM and the players as to if that makes sense and whether it fits in the balance of this game. And I use balance in air quotes, just like I did in Veil of the Void, because there's no such thing as balance.
Yeah. Looks like you could do anything, so how
Yeah.
balancing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you have your society, your personality, your experience that helps define your character both mechanically and narratively. Choose your name, your pronouns, describe yourself. Equipment. Now, equipment is another main way that you interact with the world around you, but again, it is almost entirely keyword narrative based. When you start off, each character gets 1 item from each equipment category. Generally, there's no weights involved with these items. There's no carrying capacity, encumbrance rules, or whatnot. It is left up to, again, a negotiation between player and GM as to, does it make sense for you to carry all of this crap? No, you can't walk around with 4 great swords strapped to your back. It doesn't fit. You can't do it.
Sure it does. Just one on each shoulder and then 1 in each hand. No
Sure,
problem.
sure. Yeah, there you go. I mean, you can't carry anything else, but I mean, you made the argument. I'd let you do it.
You layer them, so it's just 2 really big ones.
Sure, yeah. Yeah. So you take a look at the equipment page. That is. Oh no, I didn't put the number in my guide. That is in the player's guide once more. More towards the bottom. Items start on page 34. And the 7 categories, you're going to get 1 from each of these categories. They are weapons, consumables, miscellaneous, armor, trinkets, survival gear, and adventure gear. And there is a level of arbitrariness to how items are put into these categories. That is definitely something I'm going to be asking David about during the interview, how he decided to choose where some items fit into these things. But there is a list of at least 10 items in each of these categories for you to either roll or choose from. And they're pretty much what it says on the tin. Weapons are a list of weapons. Now, the interesting thing with weapons in this game is that all weapons are equal. They all have the potential to have the same accuracy, the same amount of damage. That comes down to your skill check. So it doesn't matter if you're using a sharpened stone on a stick, or if you're using a laser blaster. It all has the potential to do the same damage because it comes down to how you wield it. Consumables, these are consumables like you would find in any other game: potions, poisons, acids, antidotes, kits, and whatnot. Miscellany is just kind of little trinkets, little simple things. Trinkets is also another category, but they're kind of personal effects. Probably don't have a well-defined role in how you would use them, but, get creative. Armor is probably the most mechanically defined of these sections. Each piece of armor does have a number associated with it. That is the amount of segments your armor clock will have. You can find that down on the bottom of your character sheet. So if you have just light armor, traveling clothes, padded, if you're just wearing basic clothing, you have one box or one segment in your armor clock. That's no lines. You have a circle. All the way up to like heavy plate metal armor, which you would divide into 5 boxes, which is interesting because it's, yeah, you have to get creative with that segment clock. But there are also keywords associated with this, like light or fragile, heavy or loud. And those, once more, are entirely narrative. None of those keywords have any defined property to them. There's nothing in there saying that heavy armor is going to give you disadvantage in stealth rolls or anything. It is up to the player and GM to, when you are rolling a skill check, or when you roll a complication on a skill check, to be like, hey, what is your armor right now? You're wearing just resin armor. That's fragile. You moved the rock out of the way, but yeah, it rolled back on you a bit and hit hard into your armor. The complication is you take 1 point of armor damage. Stuff like that.
I like that.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I love keyword-based things. It allows you to do a lot more creative things than just being like, okay, heavy armor, you have disadvantage on stealth checks.
Also, some of these armors are just wacky suggestions, like the woven crustacean.
Yep.
It's just, it tickles me.
Yeah. A lot of these items are great. Remember, this is 8,000 years post-ecological crisis. There is all kinds of crazy things in here. You could have a vertebrate maul that you use as a weapon, which is really just the spine of a big character. You could have night soil weave armor, which to me sounds like some sort of hardened dirt based like a clay armor that is infused with some sort of moss or root structure that helps strengthen and hold it together. Down in survival gear, there is mollusk blubber torches, which seem interesting. And let's see, down in adventure gear, what's a cool one? A mushroom stalk blanket. So you have this blanket, but it's made out of the thinly sliced stalk of a giant mushroom somewhere. All kinds of crazy, wacky things.
It's kind of a cool marriage between like you said in the chat, the Monster Hunter concept and things you would see in Fallout, which is something that was mentioned earlier about this game. And it's cool way to make the world feel vibrant and alive and different, and very different, which creates that inherent sense of wonder.
Yeah. That is a key part of this game, an inherent sense of wonder.
Love
it
it.
should be exploring the adventure should be just as much as it should be just as much about exploring the world that you are in collaboratively. So if in the course of the adventure you guys have an idea of a cool place or a cool item, let me know. And of course, all of these items that you can choose from, because so many of them are simply narrative, these are suggestions. You could choose from here. You could roll based on the numbers in these charts, or you could come up with your own. That is your gear. Yeah, there's trinkets, survival gear, and adventure gear. Again, it's kind of arbitrary in my mind how each of these categories are divided. Why a blanket is part of survival gear, but a tent is part of adventure gear. I'll be asking David about that later, but I think that's just I would imagine that is simply a way to allow you to take multiple items that will help you survive on your adventure, because you get one item from each category.
Which is, yeah, because that's always way simpler to explain than you get one item here and three
Right.
items here, and
Yeah.
that makes a lot of sense.
And then finally, you have all your statistics, and by statistics I mean your skill levels. You have traits based on your society. You have items. Now the only big question left to your character is whether you want to become a spellcaster. And to talk about whether or not you want to become a spellcaster, I think it's important that we take a little aside and talk about the magic system in this game. Magic in Lost Eons is, again, freeform and improvisational. Instead of choosing from a menu of specifically detailed spells that you buy with some sort of expenditure of spell slots and spell levels in some sort of fancy and complicated web, you instead have keywords. And those keywords are in fact represented by playing cards, which are super fun. You can find a list of those keywords, the aspects, as they are referred to in this game, on page 19 of the player's guide. So the way magic works, we mentioned this a little bit back in the thematic understanding of the game, but there's essence, which permeates everything, and it's always been out there. And because of this ecological crisis, for whatever means, in the course of evolution of the planet, of the universe, of your people, you have become attuned to this essence. And you get aspects, you get magic by hearing the whispers of the universe in your sleep. So every day when you wake up, I will draw some cards from my deck. I will specifically draw, at base, one card for each of you, because everybody has access to magic in this game, not just spellcasters. So at every dawn, when you guys wake up, I will give each of you a card. So let's give Andrew a 6 of hearts. Drake, you got a 5 of clubs. And Zoe, you got a 2 of hearts. All right, we can consult the table on page 19, and that's going to give you your keywords. Now there are talents for some of the playbooks that allow you to get more cards per dawn, or spend less cards when you cast spells, or shift, or interact in any other sort of way. But the main cost of casting a spell, the main risk you incur, the metric you use to determine whether you're going to cast a spell, is in the mutation cost of casting a spell. Every time you cast a spell, you have to take a minor detrimental mutation. Unless you are a spellcaster. Unless you choose to be a spellcaster at character creation. So going back to that, if you know you're going to be casting a lot of spells, if you want to play a character that is spell focused, you're going to want to be a spellcaster. And instead of rolling for a minor detrimental mutation every time you use a spell, you instead, at character creation, take one major detrimental mutation. It's a big hit at character creation, because that, let's see, a major detrimental mutations could take -2 to one of your skills. I mean, if my character, if Tonk decided he wanted to be a spellcaster, and I rolled that I have to take a -2 to one of my skills, I might have to reduce my search from a D8 all the way back down to a D4, which is a big hit to take. But over the long run, it's gonna pay out. So major detrimental mutations, you could take -2 to skills. You could lose 2 of your traits that you would have gained from your society, therefore making your character less narratively versatile. You could lose 1 trait. You could lose 1 skill. You could lose your talent. It's possible at character creation, if you decide to become a spellcaster, that you lose your level 0 talent. I do want to ask David about his thoughts on that, on losing your level 0 talent. I don't believe there's anything in the book that says you can't, but that would be quite a hit, especially if you're playing a spellcaster. If you're playing a seer, who is one of the main spell-focused playbooks, and you choose to take a major detrimental mutation to be a spellcaster, and then you lose your only talent associated with casting spells, it's quite a hit. Or, if you're really lucky, it could be just some sort of mutation to your appearance. Now, because it's a major detrimental mutation, that change to your appearance should be something that is going to have a major impact on how the world views you. Again, that should be a conversation that comes down to the comfort level of your characters. You should never, or your players, you should never impose some horrible, visceral, gruesome mutation on your character just because they rolled a major detrimental mutation. But it should be something that other people in the world are going to notice and have strong negative opinions of. So, that question of spellcasting comes down to how much you think you're going to be using spells. If you think you're going to be using spells a lot, it's a big hit to take a major detrimental mutation at character creation, because you can lose a lot of your initial character stats. But you then won't have to get a minor detrimental mutation every time you cast a spell. Because even minor detrimental mutations, there's a d6 roll for that. On a 1, -1 to a skill. On a 2, -1 talent. That would hurt. On a 3, -1 trait. But 4, 5, and 6 are all just appearance mutations. So it's less likely that you're going to be hit with a big statistical decrease in your character, but still possible. And the more spells you cast, the more minor mutations you're going to take, and the more likely it is that you're going to roll that 2 and lose access to your talent permanently. There are ways, however, to utilize magic other than casting spells that don't require at least an initial cost of a mutation. So that's the main question of spellcasting. Does that make sense? Does anyone have any questions on how or why you would go with spellcasting?
I assume for the fun of it. I'm I'm so here for it.
It does seem like there are some very, very brutal side effects of
Yes.
magic. I will say that. I haven't really been looking at the magic system. I'm interested to see how it works, especially just because it's keyword focused. I feel like there's a lot of narrative freedom in it. And as I mentioned before we started streaming, my personal favorite is the fact that cheese is a form of chaos magic.
Mm-hmm.
I have to see that happen at least once.
Yeah.
It might. It very well could, depending on the card that's drawn.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, these keywords, you got cheese in chaos magic, you have gush in primal magic, rewind in space in time magic. That's
so
sending me
mean.
flashbacks to my my chronomancer and veil, Andrew. stink in blood and bone magic. There's a lot of crazy keywords that you guys can use.
Yeah, I was looking over the chart the other day because like I told you, when we first talked about this, I'd picked up the book. There's just so many things that immediately spark such cool concepts, and some that, like you said, are absolutely out there.
Oh yeah. Really looking forward to seeing how you guys use the spellcasting keyword system. Okay, that is the basics of character creation. And I think that is a good segue into looking at magic more in depth. So that is what magic is and how you the basis of how you get your spell cards and use your spell cards. But let's see, we talked about what essence is, what aspects are. Aspects, or the keywords that you get from these cards, are the ancient words of power whispered to you in your dreams from the universe itself. That is how you get your magic. You gain spell cards at every dawn. So for the GM side of things, every day you will first ask if anyone would like to discard any of their cards, because that is an option. Each player can hold 7 cards in their magic deck, and you can discard any number of them back into the deck at dawn before you get new cards. So if you're at 7 cards, or let's say you're at 4 cards, but because of talents and whatnot that you can get, or you're whatever it may be, you can turn in your cards, so you can get the maximum number of cards that you have access to. Or if you have the egg aspect and you have no idea how you're going to cast an egg spell, you can be like, I have no idea what this keyword is going to do. Here, you can have this back. So once at dawn, once everybody has turned in any cards that they don't want, you shuffle your deck. This is a standard 52 card playing card deck minus the jokers. You shuffle your deck and you deal out cards. Again, originally that is going to be 1 card per person, but some playbooks, some archetypes give them access to more. And you hand out these cards. They have access to those aspects until they use them or until they discard. They don't expire in any way. You can hold on to them as long as you want. Though you can't get more spells, you can't get more aspects if you have 7 cards. And where was I going with that? Yeah, you have to determine what you think your character is going to most likely be able to use, is what I'm getting at here. Now, each of these aspects, each card represents a different aspect, and each suit represents a different type of magic. So, hearts represent blood and bone magic. This is your sort of visceral magic. Blood magic, body magic, whatever it may be, with words like savage and blind and fuse and consume. Diamonds represent space and time magic, which terrifies me. with things like repeat and rewind and stop. Clubs represents chaos magic. And this is just wacky keywords that I feel like David, he was just like, these are funky words, let me throw these in and just let chaos reign, with things like cheese and egg and sludge and distort. And then there is primal magic, which, looking at it, to me represents elemental magic, with things like grow and flood and burn and thunder. So each of these cards, you draw a card, you're dealt a card, you look at the suit, which is going to give you the type of magic that you get access to, and the number, which is going to determine your keyword. Ace, king, queen, and jack, and then of course 2 through 10 all are represented on the page on page 19 of the player's guide, which are going to get you a keyword. All right. I am really looking forward to seeing what you guys do with them, and really excited to use this deck, because personal aside from me, I grabbed this deck of playing cards from my great uncle's house years and years ago. Very interesting guy. Very interesting clearing out his house after he passed. And they still smell like him.
Sentimental deck.
Yeah,
I love
sentimental
that.
deck. I mean, it's
Very
just your
cool.
standard bicycle playing
Mhm.
cards, but I'm excited to finally get to use them because I don't play poker or anything.
Yeah.
So it'll be cool to
I-
have a deck to play with.
I do have a question. I think it was based off of something you said earlier, but I want to clarify. When you cast a spell, you discard that card, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. When you cast a spell, you hand the card back to the GM, and he shuffles it back into the deck. So, specifically, how does casting a spell work? Well, that is through your channeling skill. We mentioned that back up in skills. That is your magic-based skill. Any spell that you try to use, you will roll your channeling skill, mental skill. So, to cast a spell, you choose one or more aspects. You can combine aspects to cast bigger spells, but you choose one or more aspect and work with the GM to determine the appropriate effect. So, you could simply spend one spell, the mold aspect, and create some sort of, I don't know, create a small web or wall of mold to help hold something back, or cushion your fall by creating a blanket, a cushion of mold down below on this ravine, whatever it may be, limited only by your creativity, but you can also combine spells. So we have mold, and we could throw in, let's do some space and time magic, throw move in there. So now that wall of mold that you created to hold back the giant mutated beetles doesn't just stop them, it grabs them and pushes them backwards. Again, limited only by your creativity. So you can combine any number of aspects as much as you want to use, but again, you only have so many in your hand at a time, maximum of 7. So don't spend them all in one place. Likewise, you can pool your aspects as a group and contribute to somebody else's spell in a group casting of the spell. But again, anybody who casts a spell has to pay the mutation cost, either from being a spellcaster, that major detrimental mutation at character creation, or if you're not a spellcaster, anyone who contributes an aspect to the spell has to take a minor detrimental mutation. It is then left up to the initiator of the spell to roll their channeling. And this works just like any other skill check. On a full success, 6+, it works exactly as intended. On a 4 or 5, that is a partial success, the spell still has its desired effect, but there is also a complication. On a failure, though, there's a mishap. Not only does your spell fail to cast, you still have to take your minor detrimental mutation, but you also get a complication. And in fact, on a mishap, if you fully fail a spell, you take an additional minor detrimental mutation. So if you cast a spell and you're not a spellcaster, that's one minor detrimental mutation, and if you fail, that's another minor detrimental mutation. The mutation you would suffer on failing a spell still applies to spellcasters, so you don't have to pay the mutation to cast, but if you fail, you still get the mutation consequence.
Quick question: is there a way for a non-spellcaster to become a spellcaster by later, like, doing the major mutation thing, or is that just locked from you if you do not select it?
From what I gather from reading the rules, that has to be that's determined at character creation.
Okay.
I will ask David about that, though, because that is a good question. I'm gonna write that down.
Imagine that theoretically, if like you worked with your GM to come up with a good reason for
Exactly.
it, you could probably still do it using the same like mechanics.
Exactly.
Maybe with help from a party member, you can unlock it, but
Mhm.
at a risk, right? So you have to take that same penalty eventually.
Or
I
even
would
just a world event that you can experience.
yeah, a world event, and we'll get to some world events later. Or when you hit a milestone, I would say, would be another great place to decide you want to be a spellcaster. So again, even though there's no specific codified ruling in the book or in the zine in this case, the GM is encouraged to work with their players to give them the story that they want and find some way to do it. So yeah, if any of you guys decide after character creation that you want to be a spellcaster, I'll try to find some way to work it into a 4-part miniseries. But over a longer form campaign, yes, definitely work with your table if they want to work into spellcasting. If they're willing to take a major detrimental mutation, as a GM, give it to them. The spellcasting system looks like so much fun to play with, both from a player's standpoint and from a GMing standpoint, and the narrative complications that you can get from having a major mutation, beneficial or detrimental, is just narrative gold. So take it if they want it. Okay, I believe that is the basis for casting magic. Yes. The only other thing to add would be combat, and we'll get to a little bit more of that. I'm actually loving all these questions, and I jumped into character creation a little earlier than I intended, so we're a little over the 2-hour mark on rules that I expected, but I also expected to do character creation later collaboratively. But that's fine, because it all came out organically, which is, again, why I love these table talks as opposed to me just being a solo talking head. But as far as spells, in combat, each number card that is contributed to a spell deals 2 damage, while face cards deal 4 damage. And again, you can combine spells either on your own individually or as a group. So if you start out by playing 4 of clubs, Distort, which is largely flavor, it is going to do 2 damage regardless. It comes down to what that means narratively. You could have somebody else say that they want to get in on that action and contribute King of Hearts for blind. It'll do, in that case, 2 damage for your card and 4 damage for their suit card, for 6 total damage, plus whatever narrative effect that you want to define for Distort and Blind, which sounds terrible.
Yeah. Also, if I could just point out for 1 second that looking at the chart, cheese is also a face card.
It is. Yeah, it's a powerful card.
A very powerful card.
Powerful card. Yes. Now, I would also say, again, even though there are no codified rules for it, I would suggest that if you want to, instead of damage, or in addition for a lower amount of damage, make some sort of complication for the enemy, and apply some sort of condition. I would say, again, GM and players work together. Instead of doing 2 damage to a creature, maybe you only do 1 damage, but you push them back out of combat range for a turn, so they have to spend their next action just getting back to you. Or instead of doing 4 damage with a face card, you might only do 1 or 2 damage, but you disarm the enemy. Again, it should come down to what makes sense narratively, what makes sense with the aspects that are used, and then a negotiation between player and GM as to, how much damage is traded in for whatever effect. Let's see. That is combat-based magic. Now, outside of combat, it really, again, purely comes down to your creativity. You can do with magic anything you set your mind to. Limited only by the GM's imposed balance. And again, balance in air quotes. But I did actually ask David about this earlier, and he likened a single card spell to a level 1 spell in D&D. It should be a simple effect, a small illusion or a slight amount of force, and then as you add spell cards As you add aspects, that spell allows you to do more and more impressive things. And in particular, face cards count as 2 number cards, doubling that potency. So again, it comes down entirely to a negotiation between player and GM as to if the spell that they want to use, the power, the versatility of that spell makes sense for the number of spell cards that are being applied to it. So GMs have to weigh the narrative balance and repercussion of the spell's effect to determine if it's worth that number of cards. Again, negotiate in good faith and reward creativity is my primary suggestion for DMs out there. That is spell casting. That is channeling. I did say earlier there are we'll finish up magic and then we'll take a break to get up and stretch and do those things. But let's finish up the magic category. I said before there are other ways to interact with those aspect cards other than casting spells and having to deal with mutations. There are potions that you can create. Anybody with a crafter's kit can use the hack skill to create a consumable item. So you need a kit, and each one of those kits has a number of uses as we determine. And you roll your hack skill and apply the usual metric: fail, pass, partial success, and full success. The only difference is, on a full success, the potion works exactly as intended. You basically create a spell and you save it for later is basically all it is. On a partial success, the same thing as casting a spell. It works, but there's some weirdness to it. There's a complication. Again, you're taking a spell, you're bottling it for later. The difference comes in failure on creating a potion. Now, creating a potion doesn't require that you take a minor detrimental mutation to create the potion. You don't have to pay that mutation cost up front. However, if you fail in creating the potion has some unintended effect. So it doesn't work. It has some other unintended effect, which is basically your complication. But the imbiber takes a minor detrimental mutation.
Oh.
So the creator doesn't have to take a mutation to make one, but if you make a potion and you fail and you give it to Andrew and he drinks it later, could be a problem.
I see absolutely nothing that could go wrong here.
Yep.
It's an awkward conversation to have.
Yeah.
My bad.
So that is a way of using up your spell cards, your aspects, without having to be a spellcaster and necessarily taking a mutation, either a character creation or when you cast. And finally, there is shifting, which is only available to the shifter playbook or the shifter aspect. Again, that is basically your druid wild shape ability. Shifters allow for turning in a number of aspects to turn into increasingly more powerful creatures. And you can look at the talents, the talent table of shifters on page 24. This is pretty much entirely detailed in their talent chart. You start out with the minor shift ability. You use one aspect to turn into a small creature. And as you spend more aspects, you can turn into larger and larger creatures, to medium creatures, large creatures, huge creatures, gargantuan creatures. But unlike D&D, there really is not any hard codified rule that gargantuan creatures take up a 5x5 block or whatever it I think it's 5x5. It doesn't codify the statistics of that particular creature, so DMs don't need to worry about holding an entire bestiary when their druid decides that they want to wild shape. Instead, when you shift, based on the number of aspects you use, the number of aspects you use and the size of that creature determines the skill level of that creature and its resilience. Resilience basically being its HP. We'll talk about combat after the break. But the skill level is the skill level indicates how many dice steps the skill can be raised from its base. So, like everything else, when you shift into a form, that form has a d4 in all of its skills. And you have a number of skill levels that you can use to increment those dice. Up to a highest increment of half your skill level rounded down. So with minor shift, turning into a small creature gives you 5 skill levels to play with. So you can increment a die, any dice, a total of 5 times individually, but none of those dice can be raised more than 2 times. 5 divided by 2, 2.5 rounded down 2. So you can take a d4 up to a d6 and then up to a d8. And then you could, let's say you increment strength from a d4 to a d6 to a d8. You increment search up from a d4 to a d6 to a d8. You have one more skill level to play with. Let's throw it into reflex. You increment reflex from a d4 to a d6. That is your 5 skill levels. Those talents, again, page 24, and it is also, let's see, aside from the skill level, incrementing those skill levels, those skill dice, you get resilience. Also, when shifting into a new form, the player can negotiate with the GM to exchange some amount of skill level for a trait of their new form. Now, those could be traits like you would get from your society during character creation on page 25, or things that you create on your own. So let's say you shift into a bat, and instead you sacrifice 1 or 2 skill levels for the ability to fly silently, is an example. And then you shift into your new form. There's no check to do that. You simply pay the aspect cost and decide what that creature is. The cost comes at the end. There are 2 ways to change back. One is losing all your resilience, just like a druid in D&D in wild shape. If you take damage equal to or exceeding the amount of damage that your creature form has, you revert back, and you, in this game as well, take any excess damage to your form, to your resiliency. Bypassing armor, I believe, though I will ask David about that as well, because you are taking that damage to your creature's body. As you reform, it applies to your body, outside of, or I should say, underneath any armor you may be wearing.
Makes sense.
That's the way I would rule it, at least. Though I will ask David how he usually does that. So you could be forced to revert back by losing your creature's resilience, or you could choose to revert back. But choosing to revert back is strenuous and can be dangerous. That is where the cost of shifting mostly comes from. If you choose to revert your form early, you have to roll your Endure skill. Again, the normal metric applies. On a success, you return as normal. On a partial, you do return as normal, but you suffer a complication. That could be, again, any sort of complication, but a good, standby is you take 1 harm. It's just it's a taxing process on your body, shifting from a bat to a person. That's a lot of, mass you need to make up. And on a failure, you are stuck in the shifted form until you take a short rest. And a short rest is just about 30 minutes of, minimal activity. And those are all of the ways to interact with your aspects. So between casting spells through channeling, creating potions, or through shifting, every character should have some way to use their aspects if they want to. So I encourage everyone to play around with the cards I deal you guys.
What I think is interesting is just it seems like everything has a risk reward associated.
Yes.
With it.
Mm-hmm.
It like there's some really, really good potentials, but there could also some really bad negatives that you can get from it. That is so interesting to me.
Yeah, another big theme of Lost Eons that we didn't necessarily talk about is exactly what you said. It's very risk reward based, and a lot of what you do is going to be failing forward, or if you're looking at it in a glass half full sort of perspective, succeeding with complication. There's it's less likely that you're going to flat out succeed. It's also less likely, especially with higher incremented skill dice, that you're going to fail outright. So there's going to be a lot of ways to perform that risk reward analysis, and when you take it, continually have things pushing the story along, which is really a gift to a GM, because as I said before, there is nothing worse than rolling a lockpicking skill. They failed, the door's stuck. Go home,
Now
I
what?
guess. Now
Yeah.
what? I mean, either you go home or you roll again, in which point, does it
Mm.
matter if you fail, if you just continually re-roll until you pass?
Yeah.
So I love it. I love risk-reward systems. I love narrative complication systems. So I'm really looking forward to what you guys come up with. Any questions on Magic or anything else we've talked about, either from our players or from the chat before we take our break? Doesn't sound like it.
Yeah, I don't think so on my end.
Which
Yeah, everything seems pretty clear cut.
means I'm doing my job, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna take a quick break. We're half an hour or so past when we would normally take it, but that is fine. We will come back, take another look at character creation, this time through the lens of combat, which is about the last thing we have to cover as far as rules are concerned, and then we'll dive into talking about the characters that these fantastic people are going to play on our miniseries, and creating the world that they're going to be moving through. I'm really excited for collaborative map making.
Yeah, that's such a cool thing.
Yeah, I really like games that incorporate collaborative world building and map making, especially as a sort of session zero pre-game game before the game sort of setup. You make a map, you define societies, tie characters together. I love it. I love it.
It's so cool.
Okay, we're going to go take a quick break. 8 minutes, give or take. I like to hit the 8-minute mark. So we're gonna take a quick break. Everyone, get up, stretch, grab some water, head to the bathroom, get a snack, whatever you need to do to get yourself ready for the second portion of this show. We're going to throw up an intermission screen. Enjoy some of the tunes. Go check out some of the links that I dropped earlier. Go check out our support sites. Go check out David's itch page for the game. Go check out these fantastic people and what they are up to on their own channels. And we will be back shortly for some more interactive portions of this introduction to Lost Eons. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Or do go somewhere, but then come back.
Yeah.
Hello and welcome back to the People's Ascension for the second half, give or take, of our first introductory episode of Season 3 of RPGs Uncovered. We are looking at Lost Eons, a post-apocalyptic sorry, Drake. You're throwing out some white noise again. It's
Oh
distracting.
no, I'm so sorry.
Yes, post-apocalyptic solarpunk adventure RPG. We have taken a look at the majority of the rules in the first part of this segment, and we will be completing that with a discussion on combat, which I think a lot of people, when they look at a game, they first look at character creation and then they look at combat, are the two things that when I talk to players, new players, especially D&D players, that's what they look at, because that is the bulk of most games. But we're going to have a conversation about how combat differs in Lost Eons as it does to combat in D&D. But the first part of this episode was a lot of exposition on my part, explaining the rules. I hope it was more entertaining than just me reading a rule book, because this game is so improvisational and narrative based. I like to throw in examples and demonstrate how things work. So I hope I managed to do that adequately, not only to convey the rules, but also to keep this somewhat entertaining, because I know learning a new game can be a boring process, but I love it. That's why I do this. So I hope you've been enjoying so far. I hope you have learned some interesting things about this game. And all of this will be available on VOD and broken down into bite-sized tutorials for you to find on YouTube and our support sites for free later on. Okay, but let's get to the really last section of at least player-facing rules that we need to look at, and that is combat. And actually, I have written down here an addendum I forgot to mention when talking about equipment, which can come up in combat, but also narratively. Each item has a supply die, which is determined when that item is handed out. Again, a negotiation between player and GM. It could be anywhere from a D4 to a D20. Every time you use that item, you roll that die. If you roll a 1, it decrements. So if you have an item that has a D12 supply die, you roll the dice, you roll a 7, you're good. Nothing changes. You roll a 1, you turn that D12 into a D10. A little bit more likely to roll a 1. When you roll a 1 on a D4, the next time you use it is its final use. Other than that, there are some complications that can destroy items, usually consumables, like kits. If you fail on a crafting check, on a hack check for creating a potion, it will consume. It will destroy your crafting kit, regardless of what supply die you have. But again, this game doesn't have things like weights or gold piece values. It is simply a negotiation between player and GM and character and the world as to how they get access to these items. But with that little addendum out of the way, didn't want to gloss over that, because that could be an important part of playing the game later when we have an item and I'm like, all right, roll your supply die, and you go, what? Okay, let's look at combat then. And I like saving combat for last, because you really need an understanding of who your character is and how they interact with the world and what the world is all about in order to really understand combat. So we need to start with a quick conversation about how combat differs in this game from D&D. Combat in Lost Eons is it's written explicitly in the book, both the player's guide and the GM's guide, purposely dangerous and should be considered a last resort. the deck is stacked against you guys when it comes to combat. Creatures have more health than you, they deal more damage than you, they are altogether more dangerous than you. And this game, this is another aspect of Lost Eons that encourages, facilitates, and sometimes even requires creative thinking to solve a problem. And very rarely is punching it in the face until it stops a creative solution to your problem. So combat should be a last resort because enemies are dangerous. Specifically, not only just in their statistics, but an adversary, all of the enemies go after each one of your turns. So, in combat, you progress through combat in sort of a ladder, a stagger. There really is no initiative system that you need to worry about. It is handled narratively. In order to determine who goes first, you set the scene and you decide which character is closest to the enemy. That character rolls their reflex. If that character and the enemy roll their reflex. Whoever rolls higher goes... no. The GM in this game never rolls any dice. That's an addendum I had to make to this. Yes, you roll your reflex, and if you succeed, even a partial success, so anything from a 4 or higher is a success. If you succeed, you go first. If you fail, the adversary goes first. And then it goes that player, the enemies, the next player, determined however you want to determine it, the enemies again, and then you guys, and then all of the enemies again. Generally, however, you should only be facing one adversary, and an adversary could be a pack, which is a conglomeration of smaller creatures represented by a single adversary, or a threat, which is, one big guy. But generally, you should only be facing one combat adversary. So it'll go player 1, adversary, player 2, adversary, player 3, adversary. Still quite stacked against you. For the GM side of things, you can throw out additional adversaries. But remember, because of turn economy, the more enemies you array against the party, the more actions they're going to take per their action. They can attack more often, meaning they are more likely to hit, meaning they are more likely to deal more and more damage, meaning they are more and more likely to kill those players. And the death spiral exists. When somebody goes down, it makes it even harder for everybody else, because then it's going player 2 adversaries, player 3 adversaries, start over. So definitely combat is dangerous in this game. Only in the most dire circumstances or much later in play, when they have fancy magic items, higher quality armor, have more talents, more aspects to throw around, those are the only times when you should really consider sending multiple adversaries, multiple groups of enemies up against the party. It's gonna be dangerous enough just 1 on 3, because that one acts 3 times, or however many times, equal to your players you have. Yeah, we talked about initiative. That is just a reflex roll. Succeed, you go. Fail, they go. And then you determine your own turn order on your own, narratively. You don't need to worry about, Drake, you rolled a 17, and Zoe, you rolled a 4. So if Zoe wants to go before Drake, if it makes more sense, have at it. Likewise, movement is abstracted in this game. There is no movement value. You don't need to worry about one person running 25 feet and another person running 45. Movement is left entirely, intentionally, I should say, abstract. This is also how combat in this game differs quite drastically from D&D 5e. This is not a game that really requires or really utilizes or would benefit from a battle map. It's not a tactics battle game. It's not a war game. It's not even really a tactical strategy game. If you get into combat, it's a survival game. The main objective in combat is to find some way to get out of combat, whether that be through beating up the enemies until they stop, or more likely, using your skills to get away is a completely valid option. But movement, yeah, you don't need to really be all that concerned about how far away each of you are, or how far anybody can move. That's going to come down to narrative. Again, this game, in this game, story and narrative and cinematic events trumps tactics. So if it would be more interesting to allow Zoe's character to get up to the giant scorpion in order to slash it with her sword, let that happen, unless for some reason it's been established that Zoe's character is like halfway down the dungeon. Likewise, there's no range that you need to worry about. That is mostly left off to common sense and negotiation. If you have a sword, you're gonna need to be next to the creature to hit it, unless you want to throw the sword, which would have a relatively short range. Maybe you have a simple bow, which could have a generally medium range, or you find some sort of advanced pre-cataclysm sniper rifle or something, and you can shoot from anywhere. I like to think, if you can't resolve this just theater of the mind narratively, collaboratively between GM and player, again, it's not about overcoming, it's not player versus GM in a tactical combat battle. It's not complicated, fancy chess. It is narrative. It is story. And that story should be improvisational and collaborative, like everything else in this game. So you don't need to really worry all that much about movement. Just create cool combat scenes and survive is really what it comes down to. Now, the actual means in which you engage in combat, the dice you roll and what they mean. This is where things differ slightly, but not all that much. One of the core mechanics in Lost Eons is that I don't have to roll any dice, which is sad because I have really nice GM dice that I'm not going to get to roll. But that's fine. Yeah. I don't roll any dice. So any action that you do, or it's all built through the lens of your action. You attacking them or you defending against them. I'm never going to roll a 2-hit value. I'm never going to roll a damage value. I'm never going to roll opposed skills or anything. I don't roll any dice. It's entirely based off of your actions and whether you succeed, partial succeed, or fail. And the way that is determined in combat when looking at adversaries is the adversary's difficulty statistic. So all adversaries have a damage value, a defense value, and a difficulty value. And they more or less do what it says on the tin. Damage is the amount of damage that you take if you fail to defend against the attack. Defense is where it gets a little confusing in the rules. I will be asking David about this, because defense is really resiliency for the adversary. It's the amount of damage that the adversary can take. It is not their AC. It's not any sort of modifier that they would roll to defend against you, because the GM does not roll. It is their resiliency. It's their HP. And finally, their difficulty value, and that is the value that you need to exceed in order to hit them or defend against them. So in combat, when it is your turn, you can move, again, that's abstracted, and you can take one action. That action is any roll of a dice, whether that be an attack action, or looking around and perceiving the area, creating or laying a trap, running away. Should running away mean anything more than just using your abstractive movement? Any sort of dice roll that you make is your one action. When looking at it from an attack perspective, you would roll whatever most makes sense for you to attack. For melee attack, that's likely going to be muscle or reflex against strength or dexterity, whether you're just swinging a big club at somebody or if you're flourishing with a rapier, could be muscle or reflex. For ranged attacks, that is usually reflex or hack, whether that is deftly firing or quickly firing a bow, or if your aim is you're a sharpshooter, you have that manual dexterity and practical knowledge from the hack skill to line up a target. And magic, of course, uses channel. But like anything else, even in combat, you can propose using any of your skills in order to enact damage upon an enemy. So again, it comes down to your own creativity. So you have the skill you're going to roll, you then compare that to the difficulty value of an enemy. And let's see, if we take a look in the player's handbook, player's guide for anyone following along, you can find some examples of enemy statistics on page 37. And this highlights how nasty some of these creatures are. If we look at an Antfolk pack, this is there's Antfolk pack and there is Giant Hornet. The first would be a pack creature, the second, or a pack adversary, the second would be a threat adversary. In this pack of Antfolk, there are 5 individuals. They have a damage value of 1. So if you fail to defend against them, we'll talk about defense in a bit. If you fail to defend against them, you take 1 point of damage. Their defense, or I should say their resiliency, is 5 because they are a pack of 5 creatures. Generally, that represents as you deal damage, you kill some of the creatures in the pack, thus lessening the pack. However, that doesn't really affect the amount of damage they do or the difficulty required to hit or defend against them. And they have a difficulty value, in this case 4. Now, when rolling your attack skill, whatever it may be, it uses pretty much the same. Well, not really. It doesn't really use the same metric as everything else. You don't need to be concerned about partial successes or complications or whatnot. You just need to beat the difficulty. This is the divergence in the core mechanics that, this is where it diverges from those core mechanics. Combat, attacks in combat sort of have their own thing. Their difficulty value is based off the difficulty of the creature. So, if you exceed the difficulty, you deal 1 damage. Any weapon deals 1 damage if you exceed the difficulty on 1 dice. If you exceed that difficulty on both dice, you instead deal 2 damage. That is considered a critical hit. So, at most, if you're good, if you're skilled in your attack skill, you might be doing 2 damage on your turn, if you can beat that difficulty. Compare that to, say, the Giant Hornet, which deals 3 damage flat on a successful attack, or I should say on an unsuccessful defend on your end, and has 7 HP, resilience, defense in this case. You can see how combat is a bit stacked against you. Dangerous. So 1 damage on a single success on your dice, 2 damage if you exceed difficulty on both. But it is just pass or fail. If you fail to exceed that difficulty, and you do have to succeed, so if it has a difficulty of 4 and you roll a 4, you miss. But there's no complications. You don't need to worry about failing and adding complications. You don't need to worry about hitting and having to deal with any new complications. Combat in this game does go back down to a binary pass-fail sort of mechanic.
So just to clarify, since there is no complications, I assume you also can't push your luck on attacks?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct, yeah. There is no severe complication that you could get, and therefore no complications to allow you to push your luck.
Now, is this just specifically associated with the skill, or do we get to add the soul die on this as well?
Yes, it still uses the dice rolling mechanics. So you would have your soul die, and you would have your skill die equal to whatever skill that you are choosing to use. So if I want to hit something with my giant like dinosaur spine club, I roll my d6 soul die, and well, Tonk here is not very muscular. He only has a d4. I don't know why he's running around with some creature's spine, but I mean, it sounds like Tonk. He rolls a d6 and a d4. The
Purely aesthetic.
Yeah, this ant folk has a difficulty rating of a d4, so he can only possibly succeed on one of those dice. He can do a maximum of 1 damage because you have to exceed. It's not possible to roll higher than a 4 on a d4. There you go.
Oof.
Yeah.
Poor tongue.
Poor Tonk. Yeah. We've also we've pretty much already talked about combat magic. 2 damage per number card, 4 damage for face card, and you can play around with that narratively. The other final action that you can take in combat, as far as combat is concerned, you can always spend your action to try to find creative ways to get around combat. But another way to engage in combat directly, if you are not a physically adept individual like poor Tonk here, instead of attacking, you can choose to use the analysis skill to identify and call out weak points in the adversary.
Very cool.
And again, that is a pass-fail metric based on the adversary's difficulty. You don't need to worry about complications or partial successes. Tonk is a little bit better with his analysis skill, rolling a d6, so it would be a d6 soul die and a d6 skill die. He again has to beat a difficulty of 4, but if he succeeds, the next attack that hits that adversary automatically does double damage.
Mm-hmm.
So if Tonk goes before the big heavy barbarian with who actually knows how to use his giant dinosaur spine, he can analyze that target, call out a weak point, and then Grog over here comes over and slams it down and either does 1 damage on a single success or 4 damage, or 2 damage on a single success or 4 damage on a critical. So it's a good way of keeping non-physical characters still engaged in combat, which I like. There's a lot of times, especially in D&D, where you get one of those few classes, one of those few characters that don't have a lot of combat abilities. They're the face of the group. They negotiate, they sneak around. You get into combat, and you don't have as much to do. You run up and you poke it with a stick. You do d6 of damage and you move on. In this game, again, it's much less tactical. Nobody's really throwing out super fancy predefined spells or using class features in any crazy way. You are trying to survive, but it still allows Tonk here or anyone else who is not very good at hitting things or shooting things or absorbing damage to find some way to be useful. And defense pretty much works the same way. You roll an attack skill versus their difficulty to see if you hit. Then the adversary goes, when you're done with their turn, they declare an attack, and I don't roll, you have to roll to defend. Again, you have to exceed the difficulty of your adversary. So after Tonk here fails to smack this Antfolk pack with his spinal hammer, the Antfolk decides that they don't like that attempt was made and decide they're going to attack poor Tonk here. Tonk needs to roll his likely reflex, but it could be endure as well. Any skill that would be appropriate to avoid or defend, but that's mostly going to be reflex to get out of the way, or endure simply to soak up the damage and not be injured by the effect. Tonk has to roll one of them. He's not particularly good at either of them. D6 on both, better than being completely untrained. But he would need to roll both of those. There's a 4. That's not going to work because the difficulty is 4. And a 3. So Tonk fails to defend and takes 1 damage from this ant folk pack because their damage statistic is 1.
Poor Tonk.
Yeah, Tonk's gonna be
having a rough time.
Yeah.
Needs a helping hand.
Yeah, Tonk is definitely not a scrapper. Additionally, failure while rolling a 1 to defend. So let's say Tonk rolled a 4 and a 3 instead. He failed, and he rolled a 1 on either of those dice. He would then take double damage. So instead of taking 1 damage, he would take 2. Which for an Antfolk pack, that's bad but not terrible. If you're fighting that giant hornet with a damage value of 3, and you roll a 1 on your failed defense check, you then take 6 points of damage. Everyone has 4 points of resiliency, plus whatever armor you may be wearing. But that could hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, I know that we've talked about that. Like, there are aspects of this game that seem absolutely brutal. So, note to self:
Yes.
Don't try to fight something bigger than you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Don't try to fight things smaller than you. Just don't fight.
Don't fight.
However,
We're gonna be pacifists. It's fine.
that may be the benefit of the shifter, is just having someone who can kind of stand toe to toe, right? At least somewhat.
That's true. The game does seem to do a really good job in all areas of making you feel kind of small in this world, which is great.
Yeah, this is not a game you play for your power fantasy. We've talked about games like those before. Veil of the Void feels very much that way. D&D in a lot of aspects feel that way, where your character is heroic. They are larger than life. They can fall off of a 4-story building and simply sprain their ankle, maybe. In this game, you are normal people. You're competent individuals, but you're more or less normal people, facing the dangers that a crazy mutated world is going to throw at you. And it makes the story much more about yourself and how you interact with the party and how you as an individual and a group interact with the world in a meaningful and creative way, as opposed to other games where you are simply exerting your will on the world around you. But as mentioned at the top of this little header here, combat in Lost Eons is purposely dangerous and should be considered a last resort. Which goes on the GM side of things as well. Don't design a dungeon where... Don't design a room where the only way to get past that room is combat. From a GM's perspective, you need to present other options to the players. It's also on the player's onus to think creatively and try to proactively and even reactively find ways to get around combat and interact with the world in a creative and narrative way. But if the GM locks players into combat, and I'm even talking boss fights, this isn't a game where you're going to get to the end of the dungeon and fight a mandatory boss fight. In this game, it's generally not recommended that you force a combat encounter because, one, I and many other GMs find combat boring and stagnant. Less so in some games than others. This game, because it's so dangerous and narrative and creative based, probably more interesting. But you don't want to force players into combat because that stifles their creativity and also stifles their ability to play when you inevitably TPK them. Yeah. So I'm going to be spending a lot of time looking at that when I get into designing what we're facing in our demo play. It's a very different way of looking at combat than I am used to. So that's going to be an exciting challenge for me to look at. And I have spoken with David about this because there really isn't a challenge rating system in this game. Again, looking back at Dungeons and Dragons, you have the challenge rating of the creature. You plug that into D&D Beyond because trying to calculate that manually is complete nonsense. And you use some sort of strange arcane arithmetic to come up with some experience slider that determines whether it's an easy, medium, hard, or deadly fight. There's none of that in this game. All of the fights are deadly. Don't do it, is basically the response I got. But for GMs out there, it is suggested not to throw any, especially at the beginning, not to throw any adversaries at your party with a damage value greater than 2. Like this giant hornet here. That is a particularly dangerous encounter for a group because it just does so much damage. It has a high difficulty, has a difficulty of 6, and you have to exceed that difficulty to pass an attack or defend against it. So that is a super dangerous creature. So one adversary at a time. Don't force combat, and keep damage values to a minimum when designing your own encounter, especially starting off. If later on you see that their combat isn't becoming as dangerous as it once was, you can ramp it up a bit. Now, if that wasn't enough, each adversary also has a special attack. This is an attack they can use once per round. So you go, they go. Well, player 1, them. Player 2, them. Player 3, them. On any of those 3 actions, these are turns. When you get through all of that, that is a round. So once per round, they can use their special attack, which generally has a higher difficulty that you have to exceed in order to defend against it, and does more damage. If we're looking at the Ant Folk pack on page 37 of the GM's guide, player's guide actually, that these Ant Folk have a Cryorg blaster, which the Cryorg, they're people from Mars, they're super advanced. So for some reason, this pack of ant people got their hands on some sophisticated space laser and decided to shoot you with it. It has a difficulty of 5, so much more difficult to defend against, and has a damage value of 4. So if you don't exceed that difficulty of 5, you take 4 damage, or 8 if you roll a 1, instead of the one you would normally take.
Oh.
So
don't fight things, guys. It's a bad idea.
What I'm hearing is that we should maybe have a backup character in mind, just in case.
I would say so.
I like how this started with the ant people, not that big of a deal if you face it at the beginning, except 8 damage. That no big deal though, just the once.
I have been sitting here staring at the character sheets trying to figure out creative ways to avoid combat. So I mean, that's my plan going forward.
I got an idea. We run.
Yeah,
Just
good
run.
one. It's a good one.
I saw the creator popped into chat. David Blandy's in here. Lone Pilgrim. Hello, David. Thanks for joining us. I will try to keep a better eye on chat. I've been having a lot of fun explaining this game, and we're pretty much through the rules at this point. Okay. Yeah, so we know about enemies, we know about how to attack and defend. The only other thing to really look at is what those values mean when it comes to your character, and that is armor, resilience, and the wounded state. Which we've pretty much talked about piecemeal in other sections. Armor we talked about in equipment. Damage is first applied to armor. That damage is permanent until it is repaired in some way. Once all of those segments are filled up, the armor is destroyed beyond use at that point. It can be repaired, but it's destroyed beyond use at that point, and then any damage starts ticking over into your resilience. The armor box you can, cross off into multiple different segments. The resilience box, you're pretty much stuck at 4. You have 4 HP outside of armor. That goes to show how dangerous some of these adversary attacks can be. So damage will first be applied to armor. Armor will soak damage until it is destroyed. Then damage is applied to resilience. You have 4 HP for segments of resilience to go through, and then any excess damage will overflow into your wounded state. I believe starting with downed, starting with dazed, proceeding into downed, scarred, and then finally dead. There are no saving throws. You hit dead, you are dead. So
Fair.
yeah, this is a dangerous game. I would like just one note. I'm catching something on chat here from David. Difficulty ratings only have to be met, not exceeded. Good to know, David. Thank you. In the few instances I saw, it used exceeded, but it is good to know that met is the case. I will go back and amend my document here and take a look at some of the other rules and see if I can find where that was mentioned just for myself. That is good to know. Good to know. So not as dangerous.
It gives us one more chance to
yeah.
survive.
Yeah.
Yeah, one more little percentile to survive.
I'll take it.
Thanks for pointing that out, David. That's good to know. This is why I like having the creator here, because they know their game better than I'm going to, even after my deep dive. Okay, yeah. So that's damage. And then once you take damage, what do? I mean, usually die, but let's say you don't. Now you're all kinds of hurt, and you'd like to not be hurt now. And there's a few ways that you can do that, and that is rest and recovery. There are short rests and long rests. They work very similar to how they do in D&D. A short rest is about half an hour of minimal activity. In this case, you don't have what are they called in D&D? Hit dice. You don't have hit dice to roll. Instead, you roll your endure skill. On a partial success, you restore 1 segment of resilience. On a full success, you restore 2. If you fail, you don't get anything, but at least don't get any worse. And you can do that on a short rest. It's up to the GM to decide when a short rest makes sense.
If you have like items, whether it be a survival item or something that would be like a healing kit, is that something you could also use to?
Yes. There are ways to repair armor or restore HP. Either in addition to or outside of rests. There's repair kits for repairing armor and healing kits for restoring resiliency. Repair kits for armor use the hack skill, and healing kits for resilience also use the hack skill. They both use the hack skill. To heal or repair, you test hack. A full success restores 1 segment on the appropriate clock, either armor or resilience. A partial success still heals that 1 segment, but consumes the kit, no matter what the supply dice is. Though, David, if you have any notes on that was a question I was going to ask you, or we could save that for our interview. On a partial success, the complication is you destroy the kit. You use it up. You don't have the kit anymore. And on a failure on that hack test for repairing or healing, you don't get anything and you lose the kit.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So you can do that in addition to or outside of our normal rest period. I don't think I don't see any hard and fast rules as to how long that takes, but I would say as long as you have some sort of breather or not immediately in a crisis, that you could make that and you have the kit and you roll the appropriate success, I would say you'd be able to test for healing and repairing. Aside from that and short rests, there is also a long rest feature. This is pretty much your full night's sleep. It does say a full night's rest in a safe place. That safe place is, again, a negotiation with player and GM. It doesn't need to be a tavern at an inn with a nice, cozy, warm bed, as long as they're out in a tent somewhere keeping watch, not immediately berated by wild animals or being tossed about by a tornado. That should be safe enough in my mind. Yeah, kits are, David's saying kits are designed to be generally one-use items, but you can collect multiple of them, and if you roll a full success, it doesn't consume the kit. Cool. Thanks for that clarification. Yes, but a long rest works very much the same as a short rest, just better, and can affect the wounded clock. So a long rest, you automatically restore one segment on either your wounded or resilience clock. So let's say you took all of your resilience down and you got dazed. You would want to not be dazed. So you would first take out that segment of your wounded clock, but you're still at 0 resilience. So you're essentially at 0 HP. The next attack you get hit with is going to put you back into your wounded clock, and probably by more than one segment. So a long rest is going to automatically restore one segment in either wounded or resilience. Additionally, roll your restore. On a partial, you get an additional segment back. On a full success, you get 2. On a critical success, you get 3, and that is rolling both dice greater than 6. So like any other skill test, these endure tests, you would use your soul die and your skill die. So if you roll a 6 on your soul die, that doesn't really get any higher than a 6 anyway. You would need to roll a 6 on your soul die and a 6 on your skill die in order to gain that critical success and restore 3 segments. There is no healing back to full health in this game on a long rest. You can't get your ass beat and take a nap and be all better the next day.
Fair.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The single most unrealistic thing about D&D.
Mm.
I just got skewered. I'm gonna go to bed. It's fine.
Yeah,
Yeah. It's no big deal. We'll laugh about this tomorrow.
Gonna nap about it.
I mean, that's a whole conversation of what HP really means and whether it's blood loss and physical damage or whether it's just eating up your endurance and stamina and whatnot, but that's a whole thing. But regardless, I mean, I've been on, tough hikes and excursions, and I did martial arts for a little bit. Even if it's not physical damage, if you just wear yourself down to the point of being unconscious or being down, it doesn't matter how good of a rest you get that night. You're going to be sore the next day.
Yeah, absolutely.
But anyway, I think for the most part, that covers everything.
Seems pretty straightforward. Just don't pick fights.
Yeah.
You probably can't win them. It's fine.
Yeah.
That does seem like the biggest takeaway from this is just say no to violence.
Yeah. There are more creative ways
to do it for you.
Yeah. Generally, there are more creative ways to solving a problem than punching it till it stops. That is my motto in this game and every other. Okay, so to recap and make sure I've gone over everything, we talked about the core mechanics, the dice, the skills, and how they are resolved and what that means. We talked about the magic system, channeling, potions, shifting, and we talked about combat, the alternating turn orders, abstracted movement, and attack, defense, and difficulty, and how that relates to you and your adversaries, and how likely it is for you to die and possibly recover from almost death. Okay, yeah, that's the game, at least from the player-facing side, and most of the GM information you're going to need to play through your own game. Now, there are plenty of other resources, mostly in the GM's Guide, actually, appropriately named, for GMs to help build a world and build a story. But through this episode, we've been at this for about 3 hours or so, which I think is pretty quick for learning a new game. If you've tagged along, if you've been taking notes, I know I'm experiential. So I mean, you're gonna want to play through this. That's why we have the demo play, to at least watch other people play through it and maybe tag along. But this should give you everything you need to know to be a player and to run your own game, especially with the help of the GM's Guide, which has its own starting adventure in it. So you have the understanding, you have the mechanics of it, and you have an adventure that you can play in the GM's Guide. So whether you're a player or a GM, you can now have at it. And in the GM's Guide, there are additional rules for things like creating your own haven, creating societies, even more on that on the Fen's setting pages. There is information in the GM's Guide on travel times and how to put a little bit more procedural generation, randomness into designing the world, designing adventures, and designing dungeons, if you want to call it that. All of that in the GM's Guide, and I do plan on doing a separate bite-sized tutorial for GMs that will go up on the support site on the GM side of things, talking about how to create procedurally, randomly, the overworld and how to progress through it using journey time and the journey die, and encounter time and the encounter die to get through your adventures procedurally and randomly and add in special things. But you don't really need any of that to play the game itself. All of that is basically just to simplify things. At every interval of time, you mark off a segment on some sort of clock that you define. You roll a dice to randomly generate what happens. It's like rolling a random counter in D&D. Those tables depend on where you are and the difficulty, the severity of the encounter. And there is a Doom deck, which is just fun. Just fun to say as a GM. You say it's time for the Doom deck, and everybody freaks out, or at least they should. But the Doom deck isn't necessary for regular play. It is just another way to procedurally generate complications. Once again, it is a standard playing card deck, and you can either roll on your journey die to see if you draw from the Doom deck, or if you want to add further procedurally generated complications, you can draw from the Doom deck at, it's recommended, the midpoint of each session and the end of each session. But these are all things, the Doom deck is all things that if you're creating a prepared adventure, you probably prepare ahead of time anyway. Things like finding treasure, or encountering a particularly difficult trap or creature or friendly encounter, finding some sort of hint to what is going on, or mutating in some way. All of these things, if you are preparing an adventure ahead of time, you're likely going to have already laid out, and therefore it's not really necessary to use the Doom deck, but you can if you want to add extra weird, wacky, procedurally generated things popping up. Like, at the midpoint of our adventure, everybody suffers a minor detrimental mutation.
Ooh.
You
Cool.
just stumbled into an area of distorted essence. Depending on where we are, I would flavor that in some sort of way. There's a blast of energy or whatnot. A cloud of spores is released from a particularly mutated plant, and everyone has to roll for a minor detrimental mutation.
That's so cool.
Just fun little ways to procedurally generate content if you don't have anything prepared.
It seems like a really useful narrative tool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all the rules. That's everything. Like, legitimately everything. I'm not being facetious this time. You can go out and run your own game, play your own game. We've been at this after our opening and all that, been at this for about 3 hours. I know it's been a lot of exposition on my end, a lot of me just reading and explaining rules, but I hope I've provided some fun anecdotes and examples to help make this more entertaining and help you grasp the rules a little bit better. And I hope you found that, informative enough to at least pick up the game yourself, flip through the rulebook, and think about running or playing in your own game. Because one of the main reasons I do this is to bring other people into the game, show them how easy it is for them to GM, so that somebody will let me play instead of GM.
There's a struggle I can
Yeah.
absolutely sympathize with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So this took a little bit longer than I expected, but that is also a GM motto. It always takes longer than you expect. So let's round out the last little bit of this. We got about half an hour, 45 minutes. I would like to do some collaborative world building and character creation with my party here. So I've been talking for a while, and I definitely feel it in my my throat here. So I am going to throw this over to you guys and prompt you with some questions. And I think, first of all, is I know we talked about this a little bit on break. Do we have any ideas for what you guys might want to play? Vaguely.
Yeah, I had an idea for a psych character concept that I wanted to try. There's a lot of sort of openings to it based on how we put the world together. So I don't want to get too much in depth, but the concept of the psych and the empath and just the way that the character seems to be put together is something I'd really like to explore.
Mm-hmm.
I
Psychs
know-
remind me of sorry, Andrew.
Oh no, you're fine.
I think it's Savage Worlds. It was another actual play I watched. Roll for It did it was either Savage Worlds or Apocalypse Worlds. I always get those two mixed up. But there was a character that had a lot of the same flavor, where they were kind of an oracle, a psychic. They could delve into the minds of other creatures. They could predict the future vaguely and that sort of thing. The psych seems interesting, and as a GM, incredibly anxiety-inducing.
Yeah, and the world that just the basic concept of what the world is seems like it's something where everywhere we go, obviously we're going to feel small, and there's going to be so much history to it that having a character who maybe can sort of feel out the emotional resonance of places that we're in is such a cool thing that I want to try exploring.
Yeah. Sorry, Andrew, you were going to say.
Well, I was just saying I've really been eyeballing the Salvager, honestly. Normally I play the big meathead that likes to, swing the dinosaur spine at people. So I'm wanting to try something a little bit different. The thing that I'm really curious about is how I can implement kind of the appearance mutations more than anything. Right now I have an idea for a character named Cooper. And I have this idea now that, especially since it seems like photosynthesis seems to be kind of a big thing. I'm thinking kind of a big mossy beard more than anything. But I just think that it would be really fun to play somebody that just kind of tinkers around, especially when we can find old world tech if it's still there, and just I want to play with this. Is it a good idea? Probably not, but we're gonna play with it regardless.
Yeah. Him and Tonk can hang out.
Absolutely. We just won't be hitting anything. It's fine.
Yeah. I mean, you'll be hitting things. You just won't be doing any damage. You gotta hammer things together and that sort of thing. Yeah.
The opposite of damage.
Yeah. Zoe, what do you got?
Also gravitate towards the big burly beat 'em up characters. However, I am absolutely intrigued by the magic system in this game. I always find that magic in most games is far too limiting. The rules as written is something that always kind of gets me down when it comes to bending reality. So I'm going with the Seer in this one, and what I love about the Seer is you get an extra aspect card a day, so you get 2, which is great for either bigger spells or more utility, in my opinion. I also love the fact that it kind of suggests that you are a little out of place in society, which I mean, we're all out of place in society, right? But for them to be kind of withdrawn because of their abilities, and probably because of the major mutation you take, because you're a spellcaster.
Yeah. All right. So we're starting off with at least one spellcaster. That's gonna be fun. Okay.
Yeah, I'm still a bit on the fence about the spell. I think it's really cool. There's only so many things I feel like I could I want to explore with the character, and I don't know if it'll fit. But
Yeah.
it's definitely really tempting because it's such an awesome open system.
Mm-hmm. I do have an idea for. I would say one of the core ideas I have for the adventure we're going to go on requires a character. I don't want to say a very specific character, but a character that has some specific backstory. So I'm going to tap one of you guys for that, and you're going to be my my little GM mole in the party. Not working against anybody, but I have an interesting idea. I don't know how much I want to give away right now.
Driving force.
Yeah, and one of the big driving forces in the story. So I'm going to tap one of you guys to be a sort of special character. You are all the protagonists in the story as a group, but one of you may be a bit more like the lone wanderer, or what do they call them in Fallout 4?
I don't remember what
I don't remember. Yeah,
it's hard to remember because there's such like generic terms for
Yeah.
each of the characters.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Lone Wanderer I think was New Vegas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Weren't you the courier? In
You know,
New
you're the
Vegas?
You were the
Courier in
courier in
New
New
Vegas,
Vegas,
yeah.
so Lone Wanderer
Wanderer was I think three.
Yeah. Yeah.
The only one that readily comes to mind is 2, and that's the Chosen One, which everyone makes fun of
Right.
you every time
Yeah.
you introduce yourself as the Chosen
The
One.
chosen one.
Yeah. Yeah. So, you know what? I like doing these. The whole point of this is showing off how you play the game, both from a player's perspective and the GMing perspective, and that includes planning and prep. So I'll be transparent, and if you don't want spoilers, here's your warning. They won't really be spoilers because it's something that's going to be introduced literally the first thing we do in the game. But yes, David, getting pretty late where you are. Yeah, I know you're all the way across the pond, so go get your sleep. It's probably pretty late there. Thank you for joining us if you are still around. Yes, my idea is I would like to have at least one of you be a bunker resident, a vault dweller, if you were,
Ooh.
and another group of you, preferably one person being a vault dweller, and the other two coming from a nearby settlement.
I was gonna ask about this once we started delving deeper into characters, but I had an idea for being a vault dweller, where because one of the traits that I saw that I was interested in connecting was the connected trait, where you can connect to like an organic network, and I had this idea of the psych maybe being the result of or the descendant of whatever the experiment had been on the people who lived in this bunker, this vault, and that's what made them able to have this like powerful spread of empathy and the empathic resonance that they have.
Nice. I think we got our chosen one here. We'll talk. We'll talk. Yeah. Because one of the core themes of this adventure I want to run is there is this lone survivor. That's what it was. There's this lone survivor, this chosen one, that emerges from the bunker, the haven, as it is referred to in this game. And because of this particular haven, there's going to be more to this, so I'm not spoiling everything. Because this particular haven was largely unaffected by the essence overflow. You are as close to an original member of humanity as exists 8,000 years in the future after all of this mutation. And there is a group that will be particularly interested in that.
Awesome.
So if you're okay with a little bit more directive and prompting than some of the other characters, I'll try to rope you into some things I have in mind for this story.
Sure, as long as no one else would rather do it, I'm always happy to do it.
I actually glomped onto being from a settlement right away, so that I mean, in my case, it's yours.
yeah, I am perfectly okay with that, especially because I'm thinking like, how can us who have been mutated like interact with somebody who's largely not?
Right.
You're gonna be so weird to us.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, everybody else, because they're horribly mutated, is normal to everybody else. You, as a normal human being, is going to be the weird one out.
Yeah, which
And I
is
love
great
that.
because thinking about just as a psych and being someone who's empathic, you have I feel like a tendency to lean more towards big emotions, and this is a great opportunity to really explore that and do that, where it's like everything around you is insane now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's normal to everybody
Upside
else.
down, right? But you're the
Yeah.
crazy one.
Yeah.
Your world is gonna go upside down.
Yep.
Why do you only have 2 eyes? And why is your skin all
Smooth.
smooth?
Yeah.
Yeah. What kind of freak are you? Okay. Cool. So we have a psych that maybe that might have some little extra influence in the world, both now and potentially pre-cataclysm. We have a seer that can throw around spells, our spellcaster. I love it. I love the idea of having a dedicated spellcaster with this.
Yes.
And a tinkerer, a friend for Tonk, the Great Reclaimer, to I don't want to put everything on Tonk. Cooper, I believe you said, potentially. A salvager out collecting old world tech and any other scraps he can put together to create interesting things.
That's what it is. Tonk reclaims it, and then they put it together.
I'm okay with working for Tonk, honestly. Like, that's fine with me. That sounds awesome.
So Tonk, actually, I created a full character here. Tonk is he would come from this society. He is known as Tonk the Great Reclaimer. He is a salvager as well, and I rolled for his traits, and thus helped define his personality. So as an example, for you guys as cast and you guys in the audience, Tonk the Great Reclaimer, a salvager. He has the grafting and night vision trait. So grafting allows him to graft on organic elements into his form. And in doing so, instead of normal arms, Tonk has like these big giant gorilla-like tree branch arms, but they split at the elbow into 2 forearms on each arm. So he's got these giant bark armor covered gorilla arms that split into 4 hands, but these really tiny legs. So he kind of runs like a gorilla. He's doing the Sebulba thing.
He skipped out on leg day, huh?
Yeah, he missed out on leg day, but he's man, he can lift. He also rolled for night vision, so he has goat eyes, actually, because they are the creepiest of all non-human eyes.
They share eyes with the octopus, which is
Yeah.
so out of it's like completely other side of Animal Kingdom.
Yeah, and he has some horns like trolls in Shadowrun. And he's a salvager, so he specializes in hack and search, so he can go find interesting things to mash together, and put other different, like, I imagine like he has different pieces of like almost like Borg tech put into his body, so he's like part gorilla, part tree, part Borg. It's a whole thing.
Lord.
Love it. That's so cool. That's so cool. And the fact that there's nothing that really stops you from being able to do all of that without it having too many major mechanical influences is great.
He is also addicted to psychotropic fungus, because that is what I rolled on his consumable items. So that sounds fun. He is constantly high on shrooms. He mostly wears clothes made of grass because it's simple. And he plays the ocarina. Not well, but he tries.
Well,
It would be a little hard when you have
fingers.
4 hands.
Yeah. I mean, he'd probably be better with something like the oboe, or like a what are the didgeridoos or something like that. But an ocarina, they only have so many holes, and he has 4 hands. It's a mess.
And massive arms.
Yeah.
Do what you love, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even
Follow
if-
your dream, man. Yeah,
he could
so
also
that's
be his own backup band.
that's true. Yeah, one man band. Yeah. Yeah, so that's a little insight into how I made Tonk. We talked about this earlier. Personality, the one who took things apart, so he incremented his hack die and his experiential life. Unpredictable surroundings led him to be nimble. I imagine he was an orphan. He was teased by all the other kids who lived in the settlement, and he lived out in the junkyard somewhere. He was the literal trash baby, trash kid who grew up out there, and people were mean to him, so he had to get good at running away on his giant gorilla arms and hiding in things. So I incremented his reflex die. So, an example character for you guys out there. Yeah, so throughout the week, we'll all have a conversation as a group in our Discord or individually if you guys want to DM me about details on your character. I'll help in any way I can ingrain them in the world, but let's talk a little bit about that world, actually, and that will help you guys define your characters. So, and I'm hoping we're gonna get to some of this. I did build in that extra little 30 minutes wiggle room, our usual end time of 6:30. For this reason exactly. Let's do some mapping of the world. So, when looking at starting the game, and this is something that you can follow along, anybody with us, if you are following along and have access to the GM's guide, the GM's tools, you can follow along on page 4. We will be making the map together. So, I have my grid paper, which is not necessary. You could do this just on a blank sheet of paper or just take bullet point notes, whatever you want to do. But we'll see if I can make an actual map of this. So, to start off, I think we may define the actual settlement that you're coming from if we have time, but I want to get a map created first. If we get time for that here, we will do that here. If not, we will discuss that in the Discord or in some kind of session 0 meeting if we can set one up. So we will work on defining your society, and I already have an idea of the particular haven, but Drake, I will work with you since you're going to be our chosen one, our lone survivor, to help further detail that haven. But let's start off with a blank map. Yay, blank map. So, to start this out, I have my big sheet of paper. I don't have a table to put it in the middle of, but my lap will do. Everyone, let's start out by suggesting an area of geography. That is the only prompt. An area of geography.
I love snow-capped mountains.
Oh yeah, those are cool.
I'm leaning a little bit more towards like forest. I just with the solar punk theme and the fact that there seems to be since photosynthesis is like a big one. I'm just like, ooh, that sounds like it would be fun to play around with.
Like a big, vibrant, overgrown forest where everything is
Yeah.
way bigger than it should be.
Yeah, absolutely.
There you go.
You could maybe have, if you set it up, you can have the mountains set almost like a backdrop over like jagged forward-facing cliffs that like reach out over this overgrown forest, so that it's not necessarily ever snow covered in snow because of the overhang, but it can also create this really interesting space in between or under that could kind of become a place maybe that people settle because of the protection it provides.
As a GM, I have spent far too much time learning geography, and that is exactly how it works. On a large mountain range, there is a green side and a non-green side because of how wind and rain works. So there would be snow-capped mountains, the dusty, rocky side on one side, and then in the sort of valley underneath on the lush side, usually some sort of forest.
Yep.
There we go.
Yeah. Visually, I was thinking, I had to look it up because I don't remember the names of Lord of the Rings stuff, but the Misty Mountains, a very dangerous, rocky, snowy area. I would assume people would only go there when they absolutely had to and avoid it other times.
All right. I don't know anything about Lord of the Rings, but I will
Oh.
look that up.
It's just pretty,
Yeah.
in my opinion.
Yeah, the landscape is gorgeous for a lot of the setting.
Drake, I know you suggested a transition there, but it's a transition that I already had in mind. Do you have an area of geography to suggest?
So the first thing that had come to me was the idea of some kind of marshlands, but I don't know how well they would fit here with what we've got so far.
Well, generally there are water avenues coming out of mountains that lead into rivers, which collect in various places to form swamps and marshes.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, a good marshland I think would make for an interesting biome.
Perhaps there's some sort of waterway, starts out as a trickle, goes down these mountains in impressive waterfalls, snakes through this vibrant, lush forest as a river, and leads out into a shallow valley where all of these little rivulets, there's a better word for that.
Okay.
Like tributaries kind of thing.
Tributaries spread out like little veins and create a general marshy landscape.
Yeah, you can have a lot of interesting like fungus or fungoid beings or just I'm trying to think of the word just locations within that area that kind of is the essence runoff from this overgrown forest as well.
Yeah. All right. Cool. So we have 3 big areas of geography and general understanding of some details for them. I will take those prompts and draw them out a bit. Let's have each of you also have each player place one area of habitation, such as a town, city, small village, collection of farms. Give me some level of settled area. Doesn't have to be named, but if you have a name, I'll take it. Just generally what it is, how big it is, and if there's some sort of, population quirk to it.
Well, it's a valley protected by mountains, so that makes me think it's an ideal place for settlement. There was probably a relatively large one. I want to say good farmland, so maybe a farm supported by a village or vice versa.
Okay. So not like a big walled city or even a commerce town. You're talking a collection of farms with a outside of a sort of central local settlement.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like the farms would kind of be spiraling out from this main hub, I want to say.
All right. So like a medium-sized farming settlement. All right. What else do we got?
Since we've mentioned kind of like a bit of a river kind of already, kind of leading into the swamplands, I think that having a trading post that kind of like bridges that river could be a really fun thing to play around with. I'm thinking like maybe on the larger side, especially if we're talking like this like massive forest going into mountains. I think that could be something really fun to play with.
Sorry, say that again. What in particular?
Just a large trading post
Large
that kind of
trading post,
spans
yeah.
like a river or something like that.
I like that. I like that. So a large trading hub at a river crossing, I think, would make a lot of sense. Some sort of crossroads, which we'll tie into later, I believe. All right, Drake, any thoughts?
Those were the 2 ideas that I had been thinking. So, I'm not sure. You could. So, there could theoretically be a village, that sort of uses part of the furthest end of the forest for cover as well. Something that's kind of removed themselves from the majority of society as it now exists.
A population
That
that's a little more isolationist, a little more removed
Yeah.
from the general area.
Yeah.
So like an isolation village at the other side of the forest. And I will remind you that this is a sci fantasy game, so we can if we wanted to ratchet up the sort of technology level in this area, or we could purposely keep this a relatively low population density, rural, low tech, more fantasy sided area.
I'm
As a whole, not just you, Drake, but
yeah. I don't know. I mean, I'm happy with any of them. I think there's a lot that we can do to sort of grow with any of those concepts. So I don't know what you guys think.
I'm on the side of both. I actually love the idea of having like basically the structures from ages long past being kind of grown over by trees and stuff like that. Whether or not we can scavenge old technology or if we've come up with new ones based on that, that would be really cool. But we could also go for the full fantasy kind of vibe, right? Like where we don't have access to those things. Both would work, I think, equally well.
so like there are remnants of this old world high tech, but this valley we have beneath this mountain, the population here has technologically regressed to the point where those ruins are there, but they've been overgrown. They simply provide a backdrop. You're not using any of the plasma cannons built into the defensive ancient walls, or the elevators of the leaning skyscrapers.
It
What-
could be a situation where we have, but since they've broken down, we don't know how
Yeah.
immediately how to fix them.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to
Right.
interrupt you.
Well, what I think could be fun would just be that if we have this isolated area, what if they have been like, no, like we are bringing back the tech. Like, what if they are the highly advanced ones, but they don't want to share with anybody?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, because and that allows them to keep themselves isolationist because anyone who would try and encroach now is just severely underpowered.
I like that.
Yeah, I think that's really cool.
You guys are coming up with things I already had planned in secret.
It's perfect. It just it syncs up.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just making some notes here. All right. What else do we have in map making? So we have these landmarks. So we have the general geography. We have these mountains, we have this forest, we have this marshland, and we have a medium-sized farming settlement, a sort of larger central trading hub of whatever other that sort of trading hub that everybody would come to from all of the other settlements in this area that may or may not be important enough to name or place on the map, and this isolationist village that might have a little bit more understanding of tech and might be zealously trying to bring that back, or at least hoard it for themselves. So we have these landmarks. Let's place some routes of transportation on the map. Anything from roads, like old, like paved roads, to old, like tunnel subway systems, natural caves, or rivers. Any route that may connect any of these three places. We already have a central river that we know is running down through all of these biomes, and that is where this trading hub is, at one of the major crossings.
I feel that there should be at least some kind of like major trail or road that kind of goes like through the trading hub. Otherwise, it wouldn't make much sense if
Yeah.
you only have the river.
Mhm.
So I just think that like that should be something that like people can pass through easily if they're not going to be on the river.
So sort of a all roads lead to Rome sort of.
Yeah,
This is the main way.
that's
Uh,
the
yeah.
that's the idea that I had in mind.
Okay. This main road. Uh, is it is it paved? Is it guarded? Is it an old ancient road that has been co-opted and restored, or is it new?
I think like doing like an ancient road would be fascinating, and then just like have it so way like it is pretty well guarded, especially when you get around the trading post. But like once you get more on the fringes of society, not as much.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I like that. I like the immediate like thought that that creates of even as you get further away, just traveling down this road that has always existed means that the things that you'll see getting
Mhm.
from one place to the next are going to be just these impossibly ancient, forgotten monuments to what civilization and society was at one point.
Okay. Any other thoughts on routes to connect any of these areas?
This might be too abstract or too out of place, but I love the idea that we have like a swamp and we have the mountains. So we have like this cold front meeting this warm front. Um, I was thinking like an updraft kind of system that goes through the valley that people could paraglide on. It's pretty reliable way of reaching one point to another.
That's
Okay.
awesome. Depending on how advanced things get, maybe the like isolationist advanced society could use those updrafts in a way that might be a little more manipulatable than like paragliding. That would allow them to keep an eye on what's going on around them.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Like, I can see sending goods to places like unmanned as well. Like, you could just do that.
Yeah, yeah. I imagine there's some kind of like cable car system, but instead of it
Mm.
being like a mechanical like cable that pulls it up, there's a structure, and you almost have like you said, paragliders or even like hot air balloons that will follow this rope or cord that strings
Hmm.
from the valley all the way up to the mountain on this natural or perhaps even natural magical updraft system. So you pretty much just unanchor it and it can get swept away in the breeze up to the top.
Yeah, I like
Yeah, that
that.
sounds
Yeah,
awesome.
that does sound really cool.
All right. Any other thoughts?
I was thinking that maybe there could be like underground tunnels that this village has created that run underneath the forest that allow them easier access to the world around them without potentially running the risk of drawing people back.
Okay.
Because the forest can provide a lot of cover for entering the tunnels, bringing goods through the tunnels that would prevent anyone from like the trading post or the smaller settlement from witnessing this. So it'd be one of those things where even if they're not super well known, there's just talk of like the forest people.
Yeah. Yeah. And these are tunnels they created. Maybe some natural, but they're not old subway systems or anything. They actually had to dig out these tunnels, so they're small and narrow and labyrinthine, and only these isolated forest folk know exactly how to navigate them.
Yeah.
Hmm. That's
All
cool.
right. You guys are giving me some good stuff. Hopefully we'll be able to squeeze all of this into our adventure. We'll see. We only have 4 episodes, but
That's
we'll see what
true.
we can get in. Okay, we have places, we have routes. Uh, Yeah, we know if we were drawing this out physically on a map, and I have fallen back. I have graph paper, but I always fall back to my chicken scratch bullet points. If we were to draw these maps on a route, it would connect point A to point B, and there would be some sort of intersection. So I'm thinking, well, we have this ancient road that spans all over the place. We know that the trade hub is located there, where it sort of crosses over this main river. But because this main road goes all over the place, it probably meets up at some point with this forest and these underground tunnels. Is there any point of interest that they may have up in this forest at a major point of egress for this labyrinth underneath?
The underneath specifically?
It could be underground, or it could be above ground, where they might come out. Maybe like a staging ground for hunting or kidnapping people. Maybe a secret supply depot that is partially built underground, concealed above ground. I'm just throwing out ideas.
Well, you did mention early on that aspects are like you hear the gods whispering in your ears, you hear something whispering in your ears. So I was immediately thinking of a shrine, whether it was a shrine way back when, but it's been repurposed now. And I was thinking maybe there'd be like a statue outside, maybe of a horse or something that's normal to us, but these people would look at it and go, "That is some sort of mythological creature."
Just like a regular horse. It's not mutated in any way. It's just a regular, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
oh, I'm sorry.
no, go ahead. But that's kind of what I had the thoughts of. Just a place where people gather to. I don't even want to use the word worship, but it has like some sort of connection to the people.
So I think this might be something that is on the side of this main road where it comes underneath that updraft, and it has, whether it was originally associated with it or not, has been co-opted by these residents. This horse is like the guardian spirit that protects travelers during their updraft.
What's amusing about that is because I imagine, lantern festivals, and people would come to this shrine, let the lanterns up, and then go on to the updraft and just be really mystical looking.
Yeah.
That's really cool. I was going to suggest maybe something with the supply depot. I was also kind of going to lean into the worship angle, where this again, I keep going back to them because I'm kind of a sucker for the like isolationist places and the whys. Is if there was like a supply depot with just a cache of old world tech that had been stored there and forgotten about or left for whatever reason, them finding it and the like icon of whatever company or group had created it and marked it has now become their almost like divine symbol. And so this is something that the god, whatever it may be, Amazon, who cares, has graced them with. And that is why they're trying to restore old world tech. And so this is sort of like a holy site for them.
It's like the psychos in Borderlands worshiping what's his name? The guy who sells the guns.
Oh no.
Not Torg, the Russian guy.
Marcus.
Yeah.
Marcus, yeah.
I'm waiting for it, like if we get there and they're just like all have like the little like Amazon like smile thing.
Yeah.
I'm so waiting for that.
They're all just wearing like the Walmart smile, like Walmart smile masks. God, that would be creepy.
Oh man, that would be terrifying.
Oh no, that's gonna happen now.
There's a war between them and a group of people who just have an apple with a single bite missing.
Yep. The Farmers Guild farm old world tech and cultivate it for their own
Oh,
needs.
gee.
I love
I
it,
love
honestly.
I gotta
That
write
one,
that
that
down.
one of the apple that's missing represents their bite from the apple
Yeah.
of knowledge.
It's almost like I'm a forever DM, guys. I you keep throwing it at me, I'll keep throwing it back.
That's how all the best worlds get created.
Absolutely.
Yeah. As someone who also empathizes, because I'm also the forever DM with every group I'm with. That is 100% what happens. It's just that constant back and forth makes the best, most living world.
Okay.
That's something I'm trying to get better at. I will say, if we could, at the like with this trading post area, if there could be like a library, just because then I feel like, because you have people that are traveling, like, why not also have it be a place of learning? And it could even just be that, like, maybe if there's a larger world out there, some people are traveling, they bring some manuscripts with them to like the little free library concept, but like globally. I think that could be something fun to play with.
Yeah, especially in such a large place, because so many people will pass through there. You really will get something from everywhere.
Yeah.
It's super cool.
Sort of library / living museum.
Yeah.
I like it.
I
like
that.
it.
The impacts that'll have on their direct culture is also really fascinating to think about.
Yeah, I just think it would be kind of cool to see like this interesting concept where you have this super isolated, hoarding everything for themselves kind of people, and then you have everybody else who's just like, we will willingly share knowledge and culture and everything to anybody that passes through.
Mm.
Can imagine quite a bit of rivalry there, though. Like, you can't just share this knowledge. It's like, yes, we can.
Watch us. But do it from over there.
Don't watch us from
Okay. So that gives me a lot to work with on this map. And that's going to define a good part of our routes and points of interest on this map. I'm going to now take this, turn it into somewhat of a real map, and tweak it a little bit. So for the sake of transparency, because this is a teaching, learning the game sort of show. I apologize, my voice is starting to go. It's been like a month since I've done a full-length stream, so I have to get back to it. Yes, for the sake of transparency, the GM at this point, now that we've done the collaborative portion of this, I need to take this and tweak it, warp it, add details. So I'm going to take these 3 biomes and I'm going to cut them up into smaller, more specific biomes. I'm going to put a few more points of interest and draw a few more lines, bringing them together, creating different routes. And I'm going to create some factions to put down. It seems like we already have a couple good ones lined up. So I'm going to be doing some tweaking to this map on my own over the course of the next week, but this is a very good foundation for the world and generally how anybody living in it would understand it from a basic level. Let's with a little bit of time, we're going to be ending shortly. But since we wouldn't do an after show after one of these things, I want to get a little bit more collaboration in while we have time blocked off. Let's talk a little bit about this society that at least you two are from. We have this settlement somewhere, and I'll if you guys have a suggestion on where this settlement may be placed in this geography, you can throw that at me, and I'll find some place to put down the haven. But let's talk about what this society is.
Well, first of all, do we want to be from the settlement of the technology people or the farming people? So I think
I personally would rather go with the farming people.
Sure, yeah, I'm flexible, so that sounds great to me.
Yeah. And I could already see like my character would probably be the person that would be going out trying to like patch things up as they broke down if needed. Like
Mm-hmm.
that's just the kind of general idea like I have in mind for this character.
All right. Yeah, that's perfect. I imagine my character in that case, if it from this farming settlement, it's a little more obscure. So they can be kind of like an outcast to society, but not so much. Like, I don't have to be that far away from it.
Hmm.
Now, would this be kind of like a smaller like farming like commune more than anything then?
Yeah, it was a medium sized
Okay,
thing.
medium size. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Something
I mean,
probably like a few hundred people, let's say. It's
I
more
would
than
say
just a few families that have their own farms that are near each other. There's those families that have those farms that have grown into probably larger estate farms on the outside that have people working from them, and those people work in the village. They bring their produce to the village, whether that be food or uh, like cattle or furs or fleece or something that's taken into the village where there is a population of non-farmers that work it into finished goods. Does that sound good?
yeah, that sounds great to me. And I will say, as somebody like I grew up in like very rural Midwest U.S., it is very easy to get very isolated, like even in a smaller area. So that would
Mhm.
not be a problem. You would not have to go be like removed from the initial society.
Okay. So we can look at creating a society much the same way as you would normally follow the rules for creating a haven. And that is looking at a few different things. That is its societal structure, things like equality rules, gender equality, social dynamics and politics. If we want to dive into that in any degree to your comfort levels, looking at the leadership of the haven, or in this case, the society. What sort of government does it have? Does it have a dictator? Do they elect people? Is it a contest of strength or wits that determines a seat on a council or something? What is their tech level? Do they use old world tech, or are they royal farmers? Um, some detail about the society, some sort of quirk that it would have to set it off, something unique and interesting to this society and haven, and how they view the outside world as a society. So let's start. This is usually how I start. I'm a very top-down sort of creator. With We have a general understanding of the population and the size and general scope of this village. What is its leadership structure like here in this farming, producing, manufacturing village, small town, let's say? Who runs it?
I'm actually looking at the page, and the first option is child prophet, and I'm like, that's so amazing. But I'm also trying to like go with something a little outside of what the book suggests.
Yeah,
So I'm
for anyone
thinking.
following along, there are a great list of suggestions that you can choose from or roll starting on page 26 of the player's guide. There's also uh, some extra ways of looking at this and some guides in the player's guide, mostly in the beginning, just talking about map making. And there's the entire Fens setting pages that you can look at for a ton of examples on settings.
Here's a wacky idea. Since it's a farming community, how about the leadership is determined by whoever had the best crops that year? That would ensure that whoever is running it actually knows what they're doing, can spread that knowledge to the other farmers.
Oh,
I like that a lot.
that's clever. I like
Yeah,
that.
I was like, wait a second. Putting people that know what they're doing in charge?
It truly is fantasy.
Yeah. Yeah,
You
this could be on one side of that really lush, vibrant, overgrown forest, and perhaps they have people who go out and like take clippings from this forest, or take soil from this forest, or otherwise commune with this forest to try to bring that lush overgrowth, everything's bigger than it should be vibe back to their farm.
Yeah. Yeah, I really like that idea.
Good.
Okay. I like that. I like that. So it's the farmers who run this community, particularly the best farmer. Is this a single position, or is it a council?
What do you guys think?
I think that it would be kind of cool if it's like that immediate farmer and their family,
And their
because like,
family.
yeah, just because it would just be like a ruling family, but the leadership changes on a near annual basis, unless one person's just really, really good at what they do.
Which I like, and the reason this is good as well is because food is just so important to these people, right? If for whatever reason the farmland begins to fail, that's a problem for everyone. So obviously having the most knowledgeable person in charge is the best
Yeah.
idea.
I
Which
imagine
also kind of builds in a security of, well, what would be easier traditionally, being the best or making sure everyone else is worse. But in doing that here, you really do risk a kind of mutually assured destruction. It's just not worth it.
Yeah, and the thing is, there's still plenty of potential for conflict and like resentment to build up, because if you have one family that keeps winning over and over, maybe they're not sharing everything.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not a utopia here.
I like it. I like it. Yeah, and of course, these farms are likely producing more than just food. They can produce like
textiles like cottons.
Yeah, textile like cottons or flax, or simply growing reeds to be used for making parchment or building materials. Maybe even there's a farm that is just trees for lumber. So it's not just produce, and it probably is mostly, or it's not just food, it's mostly produce. But how do you guys feel about it being almost entirely crops? Like there's not a lot of cattle farming.
Yeah.
I like that a lot.
That was my thought on it. I didn't actually factor the animal farming into it all that much.
Yeah, same.
So the people around here, they might go to the river to fish every now and then, but it's mostly a vegetarian existence, mostly using things off of the land to create things. So you have parchment instead of vellum, and you have structures made of clays and smaller wood instead of these larger structures that may be held together through metalwork and whatnot.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. What else do we have here? So this is a relatively low tech level society. I do, however, like the idea that it was built up around the ruins of something old world, so that there is the remnants, the backdrop, the facade of tech, but most of it doesn't work, and the stuff that does, they don't really know how to use, or at least not correctly, not to its potential, not in the right way.
I think having those ruins like scattered in like amongst like the forest, and especially like up into the mountain ranges, like I love the idea of there being like some old tech building like that's just up there amongst those like snow-capped mountains, and it's abandoned and ruined or whatever, but I just think that could be such a aesthetically cool backdrop.
Yeah, I was going to suggest maybe some kind of factory, because it creates this very distinct separation from the world that we're kind of building here, that exists within it, but still provides the concept of utility, if not the actual function of it.
So my thought immediately went to that Svalbard seed vault in Norway, where they I'm so silly, I'm sorry.
No, it's great though.
Okay. Just jotting down some ideas here.
It's really, I like how this is shaping up. Everything's really cool.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very excited to play in this world.
Yes.
Collaborative storytelling is just
I
one
love
of the best things.
I love it. Collaborative map making. I mean, you get story from making these maps, but collaborative world building, we're getting some from this, but we can get a lot more from it. My camera's a little blurry. But I love doing these collaborative map making experiences because there's just so much narrative gold in here. There's no way we're going to get to all of this, and that's another GM motto. You're never going to get to all of it, especially because we're only doing a 4-part series. But it just goes to show that the really short, like quick and easy rules that you get for collaborative map making. Again, this is the GM's Guide, page 4. It's like this little half page of like a 7-step process, and a little bit more in the player's guide, a couple pages mostly of example material on creating havens and settlements. All of this has given us so many narrative options to explore an entire campaign. Like just taking these things we've created, I only have four episodes, but we could, taking all of this, go for like a full length season, go for like a full year's play or something. So
And one of the best tips I think to throw out, for any DM, GM, or anything else, especially in a situation like this where we only have so long, the ideas don't just have to go away. They can always be repackaged for other games later, not even necessarily in the same setting.
Yeah.
Which,
This is why I like to have other GMs on the other side of the screen with me. They can point out these cool things. Yeah, if all of these things, like I can take all of these things and I can throw them into my D&D world if I wanted to.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yeah, these world building tools in particular, I really, really am enjoying for that exact reason. They're so setting agnostic that you can really just use this in anything you would want to with slight tweaks.
Exactly. Okay. Let's jump ahead to how this town, we're not a haven, so it's not how we view the upside. But how does this town interact and perceive the world through the lens of themselves?
Well, they have all those tunnels, so I imagine they're like a little paranoid as well, right?
I think the tunnels were from the isolationist village.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Never mind. They're not. They're probably a little more open then. Probably welcoming.
Yeah, I would definitely say welcoming. Probably see them having an essential service, and probably
A lot of export.
Probably a lot of export. I mean, I could see there being really good contacts, especially with this trading post, if it's not too far away.
All right. Okay. Yeah, so open, inviting, welcoming. Contacts with this trading area. Okay. Let's wrap up with one really unique feature of this settlement. Geographically, architecturally, societally, physically, of the people in it. What is at least one thing that really stands out? Especially because this is solar punk, we can make it weird if we want to. What is one really interesting quirk that we can give this settlement?
I feel like I've given many ideas, so I want to leave the floor open to you two.
I'm thinking that, like, what if the people like mutated to be able to like at least like work with the materials they work with on a regular basis, whether that is that way they can like they don't need like they exist off a mostly strictly vegetarian diet, so I'm just trying to think on like how would that be reflective on this society.
What if their mutations are at least in part give them sort of I'll use the term cattle-esque features. So
Okay.
you have the ability for them to easily subsist on these green diets, and also a lot of the tools that we would have like beast of burdens put to work for, they would have ease using things like hose or other tools that their bodies are just sort of mutated to be able to put to work better. It also would generally make them hardier and
They're
allow
big,
them
hardy
to,
people.
yeah.
They don't need horses or cattle to pull their plows. They just put the
They
yoke
just
on
do it.
themselves and they just.
Just do it ourselves. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even more reason for Tonk to be kind of picked on as a kid because he's scrawny except for his gorilla arms.
Oh.
Poor Tonk.
Okay. Any other final thoughts here about really anything? Really any suggestions?
I think I'm content with what we've
Yeah.
created.
Yeah.
Same.
Pretty pleased.
All right. Well, I can definitely work with this. We have a really good foundation for a map that I'm going to play with and change and warp and amend. And some really great stuff for this society, which I will leave, largely unaltered because this is great stuff and it's your society. At least you two and our lone survivor character will be popping out of his vault pretty close to it, I'm sure. So we will get to explore that as it pops up. So just because we are done with creating the foundation of this society, I look forward to potentially exploring more of it as we play. So continual collaborative world building through gameplay. So at any time during our demo play, just feel free to suggest things. Like if you're looking for a place, like, hey, I used to go to this tavern all the time, or hey, up on this hill there's this ancient silo that it's make out point or something. I don't know. So yeah, collaborative world building continues into our gameplay. All right, I think that's it for our introduction to Lost Eons.
I'm so excited for this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds great. I cannot wait.
Yeah, I'm it's gonna be a great experience, I think.
Yeah. All right. Well, I had a ton of fun with this. I know there was a lot of rules talk in the first good like 2/3 of this, if not a little bit more. So thank you, audience, for anyone who has stuck with us. I know even a 4-hour stream is a bit of a longer side of things, especially when it is basically a class that you're taking, learning the game. But again, I hope that I kept it interesting for you, providing examples and little anecdotes and stories here or there to disperse simply reading rules. If you have any questions, this is the time to get them in while I do the final wrap-up speech. Hey, Kat. Kat says this was a blast and well done, everyone. Thank you, Kat. Kat here, Catling Gun on Twitter, is the creator of Heroic Chord, who which we played on our last season 2 of RPGs Uncovered. A fantastic TTRPG creator herself. Go check out that game as well. And our last season. But for this, yeah, you guys should have, I say you guys as players and you in the audience, if you've been following along this whole time, maybe followed along with the books, maybe took some notes, you guys should have everything you need to run in and play your own game of Lost Eons. So I definitely suggest heading over to David's Twitch page, itch page. I don't think he has a Twitch page. He doesn't really stream himself. But you can head over to his itch page, which I will drop here. He makes a number of great games. We were particularly looking at Lost Eons. He also makes Lone Eons, which is the much more fantasy side of things, taking out the solar punk and the cyberpunk and the sci-fi part of it. and a number of other smaller games of varying sizes and whatnot. Go check out his content. You can also, if you would like, and I very much would like, so this is something that might go into some of the funds that we may get. You can get a limited edition, though limited is really up to David, I believe. You can go get the Lost Eons box set, which does include the PDFs, but he does have a way for you to get physical copies of this zine. You get the 3 beautiful little magazines that this book that this game utilizes. They're each about 50 pages or so, not even. The player's guide and the setting book is about 40. The GM's guide is just under 30. So 120 pages of a zine. A lot of fantastic artwork. Everything is laid out in a really nicely organized way. The table of contents is nicely laid out, which I say in every season, a good table of contents is probably the best compliment I can give any TTRPG creator, any book writer at all. If you have a good usable table of contents and an index at the end for extra credit, that's how you sell me, because that's how I navigate and help distill these down. But you get the zine, you get a map, a nice little fold out map, which is beautiful, of the Fens area, and you get a booklet containing the playbook character sheet, so you can make copies of them, all in a really nice looking minimalist box with nice shiny Lost Eons at the bottom. So go check that out if you want to pick up this game yourself. I believe there are some community copies and demo copies available if you just want to take a look at it, though I do heavily encourage you to go and support David. He makes great games, and it's good to have access to all of the rules in all 3 of these books, and to support fellow creators, help encourage them to make more games, and support, whether monetarily or just in moral support, people like myself and these fellow fantastic, talented cast members who make their own content, who promote indie games or their own GMing style and player tips and whatnot to continue what they are doing. Okay, so I dropped some links for his stuff there. Let me throw it back to my players to remind everybody who they are and where to find them. Let's go in reverse order this time. Hey Drake, thanks for being along with us. I really enjoyed having you hear all your creative ideas and fellow GM insights. Where can we find you? What do you do?
I've been really enjoying this, and thank you again for having me. Hi, I'm Drake. You can find me at the Lion Knight 42 pretty much anywhere: Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, the list goes on. And I make actual play content. Currently, I have a show, DTA, Dice Trays Action, which is every Tuesday night at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time here on Twitch. I also have a YouTube channel which releases videos, interview videos, under the title Roll for Perspective, where I sit down with content creators, DMs, GMs, and just people who exist in the TTRPG space. And we chat about their systems, their games, and insights into how to build worlds and play or run them.
Yeah,
and I like to just make connections with other people in the space.
Oh, it's great stuff. I've caught a few of those videos. It's great stuff. Definitely go check out Drake's content.
Appreciate that.
And next up we have Zoe. You are on some other shows, I believe. Thank you very much for being here with me for this one.
You're welcome. Most of my other shows are over for the moment. I'm currently freelancing in TRPG games as well as DMing, so that's really exciting for me. You can find me on Twitter as @ZoeTrooper. Pretty much everywhere else as well, but I'm really only active on Twitter and on Discord. So if you're not shy, you can feel free to drop me a message and say hello. I will be happy to say hello back. And it was also so much fun being here today. I absolutely love the collaborative storytelling of Lost Eons.
Mhm.
I think we're gonna have a really great time.
Yeah. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. And of course, Andrew, that gamer Ajax. I know you do a lot of great stuff because we talk about a lot of your great stuff and the great stuff that we share in common. So talk about that great stuff, you great stuff.
Yeah. So I a YouTube channel that is That Gamer Ajax. I can be found same username on Twitter and on TikTok. I like to try to educate people about smaller games. I do guides with class and species guides for all kinds of games. I do tips and tricks, such as ways to get into character or GMing tips. And then I even have a few interviews with some game creators, particularly with the ones that I really enjoy, and I've been trying to branch out a little bit more. But overall, just really wanting to explore the world of tabletop and kind of teach other people on how they can get involved in that as well. I just really want to thank you for having us. I'm very excited for this season, and this is actually the first collaborative storytelling world building session that I've done, and I think I've already learned quite a few things on how to implement this
Awesome.
moving forward.
Awesome. Love to hear that. Love to hear that. Okay. Well, I know we've run a bit late. We all have our own things we're getting to, so I will keep my outro short. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you, my cast members, for being here, for running a little bit over. I think we got a lot of great stuff for this. We learned the rules, and we have an understanding of the map and where we're coming from. So many great ideas for this demo play, and we're going to have some conversations throughout the week. Thank you, people in the audience, for sticking around, and anybody who is catching the VOD or over on YouTube. I hope this was fun and educational for you and inspires you to go check out the game and potentially run it or at least play in it yourself, because it is great stuff. I love hearing about other people picking up the game. So if you do pick up the game, if you have any questions, or if you just want to tell me about your ideas or about the game you're setting up, the adventure you're running, or the adventure you're planning to get into, you can stop by our Discord and say hello. All of that is down in the links, but I will also drop my link tree once more, which I think is also down in the links, but I'll drop it in chat as well. Come hang out with me on Discord. I believe most, if not all of you, my cast members here are on Discord as well, so you can come say hi to them. Come say hi to me. I am always around, try to keep myself available, always happy to help explain the games that I, give the RPGs uncovered treatment to. And there are a ton of fantastic creators in this Discord. And not only this game, I know I have David Blandy in there, Kat from Heroic Chord, Trevor from Veil of the Void, all these awesome people and more hang out in the People's Ascension Guild Hall, so you can come hang out with us, learn some new games. If you're looking for a particular game, a particular genre, a particular feel, I guarantee either somebody in my community has made it, or is working on it, or knows somebody who is, because a lot of great indie games out there, and a great web I've been slowly putting together of creators and enthusiasts. So come hang out with us. It's a great place. And finally, go check out our Patreon and Ko-Fi sites. A lot more content is going to be coming up there with this new season. That's where the bite-sized tutorials will be. That's where character sheets will be, bios will be, the adversaries I make, this lesson plan, my GMing plans. That's all going to go up on there for support sites. And I will leave that there. I have been Jack, your GM for this upcoming adventure, and hopefully fun little teacher professor of these games. Okay, thank you for joining us. As always, stay safe, stay healthy, stay happy, and keep having fun out there, and keep checking back at the People's Ascension for more RPGs uncovered content. And when you're lost out in some lush, vibrant, overgrown forest, keep an eye out for the gigantic heart tomatoes, because they're really juicy. You'll definitely win the Farmer King title if you bring one of those back. Good night, everybody.
Oh, dear. Night.
Good night.